Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time for us to start. We have a few people stranded in traffic. This is normal for Rio. So apologies for having some people arriving late, but we do not wish to defer the beginning of the meeting any further. So distinguished representatives from the Ministry of Defense, here represented by 8 institutions of the Brazilian Navy, and having the honor to have Vice Admiral Ricardo Ojac, from the Director of Hydrography and Navigation, our hydrographic service, but here representing the Directorate General of Navigation, Admiral Silvio Luiz. Welcome, and thank you very much for coming. Our colleagues from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation research units, this is an important point, such as the National Space Research Institute, INPO, the National Laboratory for Scientific Computing, LNCC, and the National Center for Monitoring and Early Warning of Natural Disasters, CEMADEN. We also have a representative from the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change, and we are very honored with that, and several representatives from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and other institutions, but in the name of whom? Our host. I thank all representatives from the universities attending this event, either in presence or remotely. As you probably know by now, we do have a link, and our meeting is being broadcasted via YouTube. I also wish to thank our representative from the Brazilian National Research and Education Network, RNP, that happens to be our sister federally funded research institute connected with the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. We also have representatives from the private sector and service providers, and we are very pleased to see this gathering. So we are about to start our workshop entitled Data to Decisions Towards a Digital Twin Ocean Platform for the South Atlantic. And this initiative is a direct follow-up from a memorandum of understanding that we have signed between Mercator and INPO, and it establishes a framework for cooperation in ocean monitoring, forecasting, and digital ocean technologies, which constitute the core domain of Mercator Ocean's global leadership, especially within the context of the Digital Twin Ocean Initiative in the European Union. So we could not have better friends than we have right now, and we are very thankful for that. The workshop will aim to achieve strategic alignment among national stakeholders. You are here. Consolidate operational priorities and connect fragmented efforts and initiatives which will be developed collaboratively among national and international institutions. In this context, what we expect as outcomes from this workshop is to, number one, understand our national capabilities and further needs for the integration of operational ocean forecasting services, and understand how Mercator and INPO network of research infrastructure and innovation can work together to establish Brazil as a collab partner towards the digital twin of the ocean with a focus to the South Atlantic. It's not an isolated event, but a milestone in implementing the signed MOU that we wish to push forward and faster. So without any further ado, let me invite you, our distinguished guests, to the podium for their initial remarks and expectations. And I wish to call Vice Admiral Ojac, Director of Hydrography and Navigation, here representing the Director General of Navigation, our maritime authority. I also wish to invite Professor Mari Silvia Costa, the Director of Technology and Innovation of the Alberto Luiz Coimbra Institute for Graduate Studies and Research in Engineering, COPE. And I also wish to invite Dr. Pierre Bahurel, the Director General of Mercator Ocean International, that give us the opportunity to meet you in person. You are so famous here in Brazil, Pierre, as well as to learn about the excellent work of your institution under your leadership. Thanks for coming. And obviously, our host, Professor Stefen, the Director General of the National Institute for Ocean Research, INPO. Professor Stefen, the floor is yours to welcome our guests.
Ok, bom dia a todos. É um prazer estarmos aqui abrindo esse workshop hoje. Meus cumprimentos ao Pierre, que está aqui conosco hoje, depois de um agreement que nós assinamos em Paris, no ano passado, ao Almirante Jacques, representando o nosso parceiro estratégico, que é a Marinha do Brasil, a Mari Silvia, nossa diretora de Tecnologia e Inovação da COP, que vai ser parceiro nosso aqui nesse projeto, e a Janice, que, de certa forma, é uma das responsáveis por hoje todos estarmos aqui, além da Maria Ruth, que está sentada ali, também conosco na delegação francesa. Eu vou falar em inglês, eu acho que a língua é inglês, e eu vou passar aqui para o meu script em inglês. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues and partners. Welcome to the INPO Mercator workshop towards a digital twin ocean platform for the South Atlantic. It is a great pleasure to have you all with us, both those joining in person and those participating online. Your presence reflects the growing importance of collaboration in advancing our understanding and stewardship of the ocean. I would like to extend a very special greeting to Pierre Bahurel, Director General of Mercator Ocean International, and to the distinguished Mercator team visiting us this week. It is an honor to have you here. We deeply value Mercator's leadership in shaping the future of operational oceanography and digital twin of the ocean. It is a pleasure to speak today about the opportunity to partnership between INPO, the National Institute for Ocean Research, and Mercator Ocean International in building a first version of a digital twin of South and tropical Atlantic. This builds on the Memorandum of Understanding signed in Nice last year during the United Nations Ocean Conference, where INPO and Mercator established a shared commitment to advance cooperation on the development of ocean digital twin. Today's workshop is a concrete step forward in that journey. Mercator Ocean brings 3 decades of global leadership in operational oceanography. With his transition into intergovernmental organization, it is uniquely positioned to deliver world-class digital ocean systems, integrated physics, biogeochemistry, and ecosystems, and to lead the development of the European digital twin of the ocean as a collaborative AI-powered platform. INPO complements this vision with a strong regional mandate and deep expertise in the South and tropical Atlantic. Our institute operates at the intersection of science, innovation, societal application. Importantly, INPO will act in close coordination with Brazilian partners, including the Brazilian Navy as a strategic partner, and will mobilize a broad national network for research, innovation, and infrastructure that includes 30 universities and research institutes, 18 companies, and 9 specialized scientific groups. In addition, this collaborative ecosystem is being further strengthened through strategic institutional partnerships. We will sign this Friday a memorandum of understanding with the National Laboratory for Scientific Computing, LNCC, and we are also working toward a similar agreement very soon with the National Institute for Space Research, INPE. These partnerships will be essential to reinforce our capabilities in high-performance computing, data assimilation, and Earth system observation. Together, this partnership can deliver a meaningful first version of the digital twin for the South and Tropical Atlantic through 3 key contributions. First, data integration. INPO is already working on this data infrastructure and will advance this cooperation with the Brazilian Navy, the Renomo Network, and private companies to mobilize regional observation systems, including oceanographic crews, moorings, coastal monitoring, and satellite data assimilation to enrich Mercator's global infrastructure with high-resolution, locally validated data sets. Second, regional modeling and downscale. By coupling Mercator's global models with INPO's regional expertise and distributed scientific capacity, we can produce more accurate forecasts of ocean circulation, climate variability, extreme events, and ecosystems dynamic specific to the South Atlantic Basin. This is critical for applications such as offshore operations, fisheries management, maritime transportation, and coastal resilience. Third, co-design with users. A digital twin is only as valuable as his usability. INPO and his partners can act as a bridge to stakeholders across Brazil, South America, and the tropical Atlantic. Governments, industry, and research communities, ensuring that the system is shaped in real regional needs, from climate adaptation to sustainable blue economy development. This collaboration would not only accelerate the development of a South Atlantic digital twin, but also contribute directly to Mercator's broader mission as a future intergovernmental organization, delivering authoritative, globally relevant ocean information services. The South and Tropical Atlantic is essential to the global climate system and to millions of people. Building its digital twin, it's not just a technical challenge. It is a strategic opportunity. And it is one we are ready to pursue together. I wish you all a very productive workshop with fruitful presentations, engaging discussions, and the beginning of a strong and lasting collaboration. Thank you.
very much, Professor Stefen, for your inspiring words. It brings us to a higher level of responsibility, but that's what we're here for, aren't we? I would like to call Vice Admiral Ojac to address the meeting, please.
Professor Stefen, Professor Marie-Sylvie, Professor Pierre, Janice, distinguished guests. I think that I have so many friends here from my last tour during the Interministerial Commission on Marine Resources. Nice to see you all again. It's a pleasure to be here in this workshop, a relevant initiative that demonstrates the maturation of the ocean agenda in Brazil and highlights the importance of integrating science, technology, and decision-making. The Brazilian Navy, through its Directorate of Hydrography and Navigation, takes pride in providing continuous and structural support to research in the marine environment. This support is reflected not only with our ships, but with logistical infrastructure and also in the production, qualification, and dissemination of essential data for understanding the ocean. In this context, it is important to emphasize the whole of the Navy Hydrography Center. I have its director here with us today, Captain Fonseca Ceredo, in managing the National Oceanographic Data Bank, as established by Brazilian laws. This legal instrument assigns the Navy the responsibility to organize, consolidate, and ensure the integrity of oceanographic data of national interest, guaranteeing its availability to the scientific community and to the Brazilian state. Of course, there is a lot of things that we should improve in sharing this information that we have, but I would also, I think that it's a good opportunity also to talk to the scientific community about the importance of sharing and giving the information that we can achieve by the end of the research. Furthermore, the development of an ocean digital twin is fully aligned with the objectives of the United Nations Decade of Ocean, Science for Sustainable Development, where it's recognized as a key enabling initiative to advance a more predictive, accessible, and integrated ocean. A few days ago, I was at the General Assembly in the International Hydrography Organization, and we welcome a good news when they decided to create a special department inside the IHO only for JABCO and seabed. But I think that the most difficult part is to make all the other governmental organizations to understand that when we're talking about digital twin in the ocean, we're talking about 3 dimensions. We're not talking only about sea mapping, but we have to understand the other dimensions. Furthermore, the development of an ocean digital twin is fully aligned with the objectives, as I said before. And the initiatives that we have here today, hosted by INPO, is really important for the development of integrated data platforms. And of course, INPO has we fully support this initiative by INPO. However, the success depends on respect for establishment institutional competencies, and that's why INPO is working on the partnerships with several agencies inside Brazil and of course with the Navy. And I'm really proud to say that the CECIMI was the first agreement established with INPO last year. The Navy remains committed to collaborating in an open and technical manner, offering its expertise, assets, and data governance in order to strengthen solutions that are both innovative and aligned with the framework that we have. The challenge of turning data into decisions requires trust, coordination, and clarity of roles. This is how we will jointly build a solid foundation for advancing knowledge of the South Atlantic and for the country's sustainable development. I wish you all an excellent workshop, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Vice Admiral Ojac. Vice Admiral Ojac, apart from being the Director of Hydrography and Navigation, without whom we cannot work, he's also a member of the highest council that we have at INPO, representing the Ministry of Defense. Thank you so very much for your words. Now I would like to invite Professor Maria Costa. She's the Director of Technology and Innovation at COPI.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here, Professor Stefen. It's a pleasure to be in such nice companies, Vice Admiral, Director General. So I'm here on behalf of COPI to emphasize our how important this workshop and the thematic is for us. I don't know if all of you know COPI. We are Institute for Graduate Students in Engineering. We have today 13 different departments that develop engineering studies. And the ocean is being part of our studies since we were created in 1963. So we've been doing research in very close partnership, initially with Petrobras, looking at offshore development. And during all these years, this makes our studies and our research topics very close to the ocean, not only on offshore structures, but on climate changes, on the changes on the ocean, ocean energy, ocean life, and so on. So it's an honor for us to participate on this very challenging initiative, that a challenging initiative demands strategic partners. And I think that's what we put together here, what INPO put together here today. Strategic partners that can make this project really get to an end, get to be a success. So from COP side, we are here to help in everything we can. And we are ready to provide our best professors, our best researchers, our best students. We really believe that academy working together with the productive sector can go much further than if we work alone. So this has been something that I'm emphasizing during my direction here at COPI, and something that I've been working a lot to make it more and more strong, to have this partnership with the productive sector more and more successful. So I wish a very fruitful event. I'm sure that in the final of the day today, we'll have a lot of ideas, a lot of problems to solve, and a lot of things to think about. So a very successful day for all of us. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to announce that the Director of COPI, Professor Susanna, has just joined us. Thank you so very much, Susanna, for your efforts to be here. It's wonderful to have you staying with us, at least for this morning. I know you're very busy. Anyway, so I may invite you to go back to your seats, except Mr. He should stay here with me on stage. Thank you very much. So, Pierre, the floor is yours. You can do your opening remarks, and I will introduce you to your talk after that. Is that okay?
my opening remarks are the followings. Bom dia. Muito obrigado pelo convite. Estou muito feliz por estar aqui com vocês. Correct? Yeah. It's really a privilege to be here with the distinguished guest, and I must try by sharing my just a personal story. When I starting to work, I was in the French Navy, working in a research laboratory, going for the canteen to the space agency and talking about the ocean every day. So, research, Navy, space, ocean, this is exactly what we have in the room today. And I know the value of this group, and this is why we feel so good being here with you, and so proud of being inviting by Professor Stefen and every one of you. I just want to say that I think my feeling is shared by all the Mercator team, including the ones that are connecting and that are following you from Europe from today. So thank you very much. I will explain maybe my objective of today, but I understand you want to start first.
You're right. Thank you, Pierre. So now getting into the substance of our workshop, it is my privilege and honor to invite Dr. Pierre Bahurel. He already anticipated a bit of his role in France. He's presently the Director General of Mercator Ocean International. He's an engineer, if I'm not mistaken, from École Polytechnique and an oceanographer from Pierre and Marie Curie University. Pierre founded Mercator Ocean in 1995, bringing together experts from across Europe to deliver cutting-edge digital services for ocean monitoring, now widely used by governments and companies around the world. Undoubtedly, Mercator is a global leader in ocean monitoring and forecasting, providing free and real-time data on the state of the oceans. So it's a great honor to introduce Pierre to deliver his speech on Mercator Ocean International, building Europe's digital ocean system and information service and partnering with Brazil to deliver the global system of tomorrow. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you. In June 25, we signed this memorandum of agreement between INPO and Mercator Ocean. And I can promise you that in the talk that we had with Professor Stefen, we said that this is not only something that we do because we like this, but we really want to deliver something and to make it concrete. So this is the reason why I'm here today, to create the conditions to have a roadmap created all together. I don't have a plan yet. We don't have a plan yet. I mean, the goal is with you today. We'll get the information and all the ideas to have this clear roadmap that to build this global system for what we call today the digital twinning. So my objective for this talk is to explain to you what we have, what we can offer at Mercator, what is exactly Mercator Ocean, and what we have done so far, and that we can share with you, and maybe help developing together some ideas to build these systems all together. I will talk about this operational oceanography, meaning this oceanography that is able to deliver the data you need when you need this data, and something that is reliable enough so that you can have this oceanography in your plan when you have something to do. And I just want to mention that this is something like 3 decades, and that Brazil is a core partner since the very start. I like this idea that we have started this journey of operational oceanography at the turn of this century, saying that first we have started with science, trying to do something with the satellites, with the modeling, the observations. And it has been 10 years of amazing development by young scientists that we were at this time. And after 10 years, we reached the maturity to really propose something to the users, to propose something that could be operational, to try building something that is really based on operational infrastructures. And then we tried talking with the Navy, for instance, but also with entrepreneurs and others to be very operational. What I say and what I think is that now we are in a decade where it's all about adding the third layer to something where we can really be operational, fully equipped with the best people, the best systems, and the best organization, with the governance that we need, with the skills that we need, with the investments that we need to do something that is really impactful. So I will concentrate on this part, but first I must share with you this movie I'm using to explain to politicians that this is three-dimensional, Admiral, that we are using in situ observation, so you have to be an oceanographer and go there. You use the satellite, and then you can generate everything in one single model. This you know, but this is what I want now to illustrate further. What we have currently at Mercator, for the ones that try to understand what it means to run this kind of systems, we are running a global ocean system that is able to deliver information all over the world. And it's around something like 30 ocean variables, from temperature to oxygen, updated every 2 minutes on a grid of 10 billion grid points and serving thousands of users everywhere. So you can enter into this activity by saying, wow, I mean, you need really the best scientists to master this kind of things. Or as an engineer, well, it has to be, it is really a challenge to technological or investment. You should have something that is important for all the satellites, all the observations, all the digital computers and data clouds that you need. Everything is true, but I really believe that we have now these components that are working well, and if we can interconnect all our assets, we will have something that can really be impactful. And Brazil has been there from the very start. When Mercator was created, it was 30 years ago. I mean, the first things that we did was to connect with the international community, and Brazil was there. And I have been educated very young to the importance of the tropical band and the Pirata array and the role of Brazil. And we have been following this idea during 3 decades with you all. So it's the global data assimilation experiments, the first experiment where we have integrated our communities with Pirata. And then we moved to, after 10 years, to this OceanPredict, and we have this REMO, regional modeling capacity in Brazil that is very well identified. Then I signal also that at this moment the European Commission identified the need to have this international partnership, and Brazil with INPO was one of the first to build this bridge between Europe and Brazil for the space area. And today I'm happy to say that there is a kind of super synthesis of everything, where we are running models, we are flying satellites, we are going at sea for the in-situ observations. And the picture is taken by a young scientist from Mercator who was on board for this campaign for the cruise for Pirata to maintain the system. So we have something that is all done. So it's a pleasure working with you all. And this is why when we identified the possibility to connect with you all through INPO, we had no hesitation. I mean, we are critically needed this connection with you in Brazil. And the beauty of the organization that with INPO, I mean this institute that can connect you all for one clear and strong objective is exactly the thing that we need. And it also reflects what we have been doing in Europe with Mercator, interconnecting all the institutions that are spread in the European countries, trying to deliver something as one, which is the kind of activity that we do today and that I would like to illustrate now. So, if you want to understand a bit better what Mercator is, this part is for you. This is Mercator Ocean International, is the name of the current organization that has been created some years ago. This is a public company, private law, public institutions, and public interest mission. And this is fully devoted to digital oceanography, 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional. We are completely obsessed by this idea that we can and we should monitor the ocean, running models with the satellites and the city observations and delivering services. This, we are based in Europe, in France, in the south of France, in Toulouse. This is the headquarters, and 30 years of existence, a governance that is institutional today. We will see that it will change, but we have currently 10 institutions and foundations at the governance from 5 countries. The budget is 50 million euro per year, which is quite high for a group of 120 staff, meaning that we are using this budget to contract our partners everywhere in Europe. So our activity consists in delivering ocean forecasts made by Mercator, but also to contract with partners everywhere in Europe to gather the data. And we are doing this on behalf of the European Union through a delegation. We have 19 nationalities today at Mercator, 2 Brazilian. Well, most of them are talking with a French accent, I must say, but we are becoming something that is more and more international. And I said it at the start, but the international partnership is really the DNA of this organization. Now, in a nutshell, 3 main missions. First, we are there to describe the ocean, to monitor the ocean, the temperature at 2,000 meters in the South Pacific, or the forecast for next week. Okay, this is what we do, first. Second, we are developing uses and capacity. We are there to share everything, all the data that we have. This is open, this is free. We are developing tools. We are connecting with partners to learn together by sharing. So everything is done to help developing this capacity everywhere. 3, we are supporting governance stakeholders. We are advising the European Commission. We work with the United Nations, and namely IOC, UNESCO, and others. We are there to support the ones that are implementing ocean programs that can serve the cause. So we have this operational monitoring service. We have this developing the use of capacity development, and we have this support of the governance. And when we look at practically how we do that, this part is important. Otherwise, you will be lost when you will hear about Copernicus, about digital twin, about the DCC. You have this organization, which is Mercator. You have the European Commission and the IOC UNESCO entrusted this Mercator Ocean organization to deliver things. The European Commission is delegating the European budget to Mercator, and then we deliver the programs. And the main one is Copernicus. So Copernicus Marine Service is something that is the ocean component of the space program of the European Union. And the Commission has decided to entrust Mercator for implementing this part. This is the first delegation we had 10 years ago. The second one in the same category is the digital twin of the ocean, which is a kind of mental extension of this way of monitoring the ocean. And so with this, you have 2 delegations that are implemented by Mercator on behalf of the European Commission for the first part. In the second mission, which is all the capacity sharing, we are lucky enough to have been identified by the IOC UNESCO to be the collaborative center for what regards ocean prediction for the whole UN decade. This is called the Ocean Prediction Decade Collaborative Center. This is one mission that we are doing on behalf of IOC UNESCO. And because we are doing this, the European Commission asked us to do something specific for the African continent. This is one delegation, which is Opera, and also something that is really amazing and that is to end with Costa Rica, just to, at the occasion of the UN Ocean Conference, where Costa Rica was a co-organizer, we had this delegation from the Commission. So with this, we are working on behalf of IOC, UNESCO, and the European Commission to develop international capacity sharing. And last but not least, we are asked by the European Commission to support their diplomats in what they do for the ocean, and typically for the G7, the ocean branch, which is called the FSOI, Future of the Seas and Ocean Initiative. We have a delegation from the European Commission to support them, which is really very quickly connected to the G20 with you, and other initiatives for the UN decade and other things that could be done in the futures to help these patron organizations to do more for the ocean. So you have this Mercator Ocean organization, you have people working there, implementing on behalf of the European Commission or the UN activities. In the room, you have Enrique Alvarez. He is the one implementing the ocean prediction part for IOC UNESCO. You have Maria. She is the one that has creating the G7 European office to support the European Commission in what they do at the G7, and typically advise the Commission that we need more observation for the sea, and that digital twin ocean is a good opportunity for collaboration. So this is what Mercator is doing. So you will hear from us about the Copernicus Marine Service, about the digital twin, about the Ocean Prediction Collaborative Center by colleagues here and connected. And also for this, we have this core activity that is all the skills from Mercator, that we are oceanographers, we are running an operational center, we are delivering ocean forecast every day, globally, and so we are skilled in data simulation, modeling, talking to satellite people, but also to the users, and you will hear from Giovanni about this part. One example is Copernicus Marine Service. I will just give you a few ideas about what we do, and then you will have the details later. So Copernicus Marine Service, this is this service that has been is done by Mercator on behalf of the Commission. We are interconnected all the stakeholders in Europe. This is completely distributed. We are gathering all the data to provide something which is very simple. A few parameters, some data made available to anyone, and it has started 10 years ago, and so we have 10 years of operational activity on this basis. Make it completely consistent, the satellite, the in situ, and the model data. This is something that is now used everywhere in the world, and this is completely general interest, meaning that this is open, this is free. We are here to support the ones that are doing something, I mean, for the Navy, for the commercial activity, for research, for ship routing, for whatever is asking us this kind of data. We share this. So this is what Copernicus is doing. And the kind of, I don't know if this is supposed to start. Yes, it was starting. Is there, which one? Okay. Go forward now.
Next, right?
Là, okay, okay. Muito obrigado. So this is the kind of information that you're familiar with, but that is helping us to explain to everyone what we have inside this kind of system, the currents, and then you can dive, you can go back in the past, or you can get some some idea about the futures. You can superimpose the marine protected areas. You can have the submarine cables if you want today. Not to say that this is what we do at Copernicus, but as soon as you have this kind of information, you can imagine whatever you want and try to do that. But behind this, everything is true. I mean, you can double click on software and you will see exactly what kind of information we have, what is the origin of this data, if you have identified the observations, or if this is a vertical profile, you can see the evolution on time. So this is what Mercator is doing with Copernicus. We have users everywhere in the world, and we have put something about Brazil, because you have, for the moment, 3,000 registered users. You have many users in Brazil, but 3,000 are duly registered, so we are in contact with you. And you're playing well, and if we divide the number of users by the population, you're better than China, a bit behind Mexico. And France is not the best. We have in some places of the world some island country that have a very high density of users if you divide the number of users by the population. Just to say that we are monitoring very precisely the use of the data. It's completely open. This is completely clear that everyone is invited to use this, but we are monitoring, and we have a kind of good intelligence of the situations that is reported back to the European Commission to say, well, maybe we should invest a bit more on, say, biology, because we have been behind, or on coastal, or on Arctic, or etc. So we are monitoring the use of the data, the expectation of the users, so that we can adapt the research and development phase, and then propose some changes in the system. So this is about Copernicus, and what we observed during the last years is the fact that we need to develop a bit better the way we present the data for the politicians, and typically explain in simple words what is at stake for the climate change in the ocean. And we have this Ocean State Report, which is released every year and prepared by the best experts for during 2 years before to be released. That is now one of the bestsellers in the corridors of Brussels, because they are waiting for this kind of report to understand what kind of indicators they could use to understand what they could change in the directives. And this is a perfect explanation to say why this digital twin ocean has been so successful and very fast. Because suddenly we understand that not only the data are good, but if you're an expert organization, you're happy with the operational data. If you're not, you need to be a bit supported a bit further to interact with this and then play with different tools. And this is what the digital twin is about. And the European Commission has, in 22, decided to invest massively in the next phase of Copernicus, which is the digital twin ocean, with a definition that is a bit blurry for the moment, but we will ourselves define what we mean by digital twin. But the first thing is you gather everything on the same platform, which is a digital platform. So you invite on the same platform not only the dynamical part, which is the currents and all the modeling that we do at Mercator, but the bathymetry that was mentioned by the Vice Admiral is very much welcome. But also the human activities, so the seabed habitats, but also the fishing boats are. So we have interconnected the different programs that are at the European level, connecting to the sea, to be on the same platform, so that the users or anyone willing to enter into this information can find in the same place everything. Not only the physical part, not only the modeling, not only what we have been prepared by Mercator, but also what other communities are doing. So that there is one single place where you can see everything you need to know. So this is the marine protected areas, but also the fish farming, if you wish. Second stage, you create and populate this platform with all the digital tools that could be useful to play with this and play with all this what-if scenario. What if some turtles are lost in the Pacific and cross some fishing floats? What if I want to improve or reduce the pollution? What if I divide by 2 the speed of the boat, what will be the impact of this? What if I divide by 3 the pollution in this river, etc. So all this is something that is developed by different experts everywhere, and we are connecting this. So this is basically something that we must do together so that we have a super space where we can trust the data and we can trust the tools, and we can share something that is done. It could be done in Cyprus or in Brazil. It could be done in Finland or here. It is on the same platform, and we trust the information, and we have all the interoperability protocol and everything that is ready. So this is about the digital twin. You will hear from Marina. And the third part is the fact that we are really pushed to be fully connected with everyone at the international level. And we have this UN Decade platform, which is the perfect framework for this. That is connecting what we do in Europe with other places in the world. And you are the one leading the regional team for South America. That will be explained by Enrique. And this is where I believe we can find the best framework for developing the standards that we need, but also understanding what you precisely mean by ocean forecasting or by monitoring the ocean and all the tools, so that we can learn from you in Europe and build something that is fully interconnected. Okay, last part. Now I think you understand, because what I have presented I think is very close to what you're doing in Brazil. You understand why this partnership between INPO and Mercator is so natural and I believe so promising. You are the co-chair of the OceanPrediction DCC Collaborative Center for South America. So you are the perfect leader that we need for doing this. You're very well identified by the European Commission for the space area with this partnership between the Commission and INPE in your country. You are running things that are of very high value for us. That is this our area, and I know that Janice and others, they spent some time and lost some energy last week to do this, and thank you very much for welcoming us after this. But also the connection with G7 and G20 for our politician leaders that needs from us to get some information about the way forward, and the connection with UNESCO and the need to support observations. So I don't want to comment too much because this is so clear to me that we have something to do in common. Now, 4 things that I would like to share about some ideas that I have after this European journey. Why I believe we were successful in Europe with this Mercator and Copernicus and digital twin and the DCC. First, we say this is a fully distributed architecture. We want to build something, and we have built something that is fully distributed. We have production centers everywhere in Europe, and we are developing a production center where the experts are. I mean, the Norwegian, they are doing the Arctic. This is not the French guys that will explain to the Norwegian what is going on in the Arctic. We have the experts for ocean color space that is done by the expert color for ocean space data. So this is fully distributed. We are talking about a system of systems. We have strong interoperability standards and clear mission and commitments. We have agreements, and with this, we are completely operational. The risk will be to be a bit fragile because this is so distributed. This is exactly the opposite. We are very resilient because this is a network, and with all the agreements that are accepted, this is very strong. And I'm adding that you could be private sector or public sector. This is fine with me. You have to accept the operational level agreements. And I observe in this last 20 years that some academy of science are very operational compared to other private companies that could be expected to be. So The definition of the mission and interoperability is super important. And the second one is, even if this is super distributed, there is one strong entity leading. In the European case, this is Mercator, with a delegation agreement. I mean that we have Mercator, a delegation agreement with a budget that is to be implemented, a governance, we report to the governance, we implement the budget, we open procurement, and we are able to steer this architecture, this distributed network with a clear authority. It is all about resources, authority, long-term planning, and it works very well. It has been invented by Copernicus, and it is now very considered for all the rest. The third one is that there is one clear definition of what the service is. This is all about the ocean, yes, fine with this, but we are not pretending to advise the captain of the submarine. This is not our job. We are delivering something to provide the currents, the temperature, and whatever you need. But this is very simple, and we stop there. And we support the entrepreneurs. We support research for doing more research, or politicians to doing what they have to do. We are an enabler, but not competing with this. So with this, all the different market area, I mean, it could be public sector, private sector, it could be research, it could be military or whatever. They are supported by this core service without any hint of competition. So we are talking about intermediate users, market ready, so we are preparing everything, and our job is to reduce all the barriers that could prevent anyone from accessing the data. The cost, for instance, so this is free. The format, we try to simplify everything. This is not clear enough, so we explain again. The skills, if we want a professor at a university or a citizens or a ship captain to understand, we need to train these users to that, so we are organizing this kind of things. And the third one is that, the fourth one is that there is a constant evolution. The service evolution is key. This is not only an operational process to provide a service, but we are completely organized to evolve the service, driven by to be operational, innovative, and impactful. So we have processes. We are running things to help users developing their own capacities based on that, user uptake. Innovation projects to be upstream, fed by the best state-of-the-art in the system. Capacity development to connect with everyone. Core, we have in the governance a user group and a scientific and technical advisory committee. So everything is done to stimulate the system and to have something that is completely in evolution. And having said that, with this organization interested by UN and EU developing this, we are now transforming it to have the governance that is appropriate, meaning that we are becoming integral mortal. So this is an international treaty that has to be signed and ratified by the countries, and then it means that at the government level, we will have this, all this activity that is protected at this level. The choice has been made to start with the European states because the funding comes from the European Union. So we have 31 funding member states that are inviting, and we have now collecting the signatures. But the international partnership is really part of it, and you're part of this activity. You have there the first objective, which is to design, develop, and operate world-class digital ocean systems and to provide authoritative digital ocean information services of general interest to member states and international ocean governance. And this is exactly what we were talking about with Professor Stefen to develop this connection with you in the South Atlantic. I don't want to take too much time, but we were lucky to be together with INPO at the UN Ocean Conference to have these signatures. It was a privilege to have our international friends with us. And last week, before coming here, we got the signatures of Greece, and we should continue in the coming weeks with other countries in Europe. This organization is to be created, and from the start, we will have in the list of memorandum, the memorandum of understanding with you INPO, meaning that we have Mercator today, we will have Mercator with this intergovernmental, and from the start, INPO will be your representative in this activity. Well, we will see how we evolve with the governance of this organization, but you have to understand what we are doing today. And then I finished. Ursula von der Leyen, she is the president of the European Commission. She is the one that has pushed a lot for the digital twin of the ocean, and she's now trying to do something at the international level that could be an interest for you. She wants to provide something that is fully recognizing the need for ocean observations, meaning GOOS, that is the Global Ocean Observing System, and the satellites connecting to a digital twin ocean. She's proposing to have European infrastructures fully connected with the international level, and this is exactly what I would like to discuss this week with INPO. This is something that could facilitate what we are doing all together. And the last is that we will meet again next year, and I'm very looking forward to seeing where we could be in April next year with this digital twin ocean and the interconnection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Pierre. I doubt we would have any questions after such a powerful presentation, but please, we are open for questions from the audience, and we are open for questions from Slido, from afar. So the floor is yours. Questions to Pierre. Milton Campbell from INPE.
Thank you very much, Anise. Thank you very much, Pierre, for the talk. It was very clarifying and a wide approach. Just a very simple question. Is there any plan of translating, for example, my ocean platform to Portuguese or something like that? Or if you would suggest INPO develop such a thing?
Yes. We are trying to do things properly, and we know that the language is something that is super important. So in some cases, we have already some translation, but we can have a specific conversation with you to understand what you believe should be done more, because we don't want to have automatic translation that could really degrade the quality of the information itself. So we are selecting parts that are relevant, and then we try to have professional translation on this part. So if you, I would be happy to have this discussion with you.
Any other question? We still have some 5 minutes for questions. Do we have questions from Slido? Not yet. Well, I have one question. Bearing on your experience of getting things organized in a continent, in Europe, and bearing in mind we are starting this cooperation and we wish to provide a further advancement of what we are doing by the UN Decade Conference next year. Any word of advice from your part for us to take on board and get it done during this week?
Well, okay, this is exactly why we are here, to share this idea. I tried to put this on the slide with the 4 key factors of success, but I will start by defining. Let's say that we have found a name. We say that this is the South Atlantic Digital Twin of the Ocean. Fine, we have a name. Fine, we don't know what it is, but we have a name. So maybe the first would be to try to have a common definition of what we mean by this. And when we will enter into this definition of what is the goal, that is the common goal, then we will understand that we need to have multiple partners, that everyone can have a role, that there is no threat on this, because the first thing is the resistance about the threat. I mean, the start of Mercator developing this Copernicus was, would the operational things kill the research? would the fact that you will provide some ocean forecast kill my own existence because I'm an ocean forecaster, etc., etc. So the first is to be clear on what is this common goal and this common good that you will deliver things, and then understand what is the network that is necessary. And frankly, this is clear to me that in the room you have the players and maybe some are missing, but this is just explain and then get the funding maybe.
Not a bad idea.
Then this is project management, and you need to have the leader, the funding, and the timeline. And just to make it clear, we are doing the same in Europe, so it's good to be because the plan for the coming 7-10 years is not done yet, and I'm completely convinced that we will have to be completely connected to run together. So let's continue this.
Fantastic. Any other question? Well, we have one question down in the back. Fabio? Please introduce yourself when you do your question.
Congratulations for your presentation. I'm Fabio Horleiter, research at Lance. Could you talk about the Destination Earth initiative and how the Mercator is connected to this work?
Okay, so Destination Earth is another program at the European Commission that is dedicated to digital infrastructures and digital twins. So you have Copernicus, that is the space program, launching satellites and developing services like the marine service. You have Destination Earth, that is for digital twin. You have Horizon Europe, that is for research, so you have many. Your question is very relevant because in Destination Earth, the goal is really to go and develop digital twins. So you could argue why, when I'm talking about the digital twin ocean, I'm not mentioning so oftenly this Destination Earth. First, we are completely connected with this program, but we are not funded by Destination Earth for the moment, because our approach has been at the start to really start with the research and technical community first, and we went to the research programs to develop all the bases and make it clear that it has to be grounded with all the research and technical first, and then go to the operational and infrastructures part. That has been our strategy. And now we have reached something that is super efficient at the digital twin ocean level, with all this community that is federated and working well. And now we are talking with the guys from the digital infrastructures to see how to upscale the capacity. But the strategy was to start at the community level. The risk would have been to go directly to the infrastructures and then invest a lot about cloud machine and HPC and other things, and lose the connection. And the thing is also that we have started from the Copernicus Marine service infrastructures and community that is very efficient and well organized, and to add the digital twinning layer based on that, and then we go to Destination Earth. In the meanwhile, our colleagues in the weather community, they have developed their own digital twin with success. I mean, the strategy works as well in Destination Earth. So you have some extreme weather services based on digital twin in Destination Earth. We have the digital twin ocean. We are connected. In the next mandate of the European Commission, the discussion is very strong. I mean, to have Copernicus and Destination Earth working all together, and we have proposed to have one place where we can have something in common. Because I was replying to Janice that you have to identify all the stakeholders and who does what, and infrastructures is key, research is key, user service is key, and etc. So, but you cannot ask someone that is super strong in high performance computing to be the best one to talk to the users. So the goal is first to interconnect all the components.
Thank you very much, Pierre. And I believe interoperability is non-negotiable. Okay. We have a question from Professor Susanna Kahn from the audience, and we have one Slido question, and then we would break for...
Obrigada. Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. My name is Susanna Kahn. I'm a copy director, but my question here is more related with my area of expertise, which is climate. During the IPCC reports, where I worked in some of them, I didn't receive any of reports from your team in the past 3 years, I guess. Do you produce reports or papers, peer review papers, so that people from IPCC can use your data? Do you prepare that?
So we have multiple initiatives of this kind. So what I was showing there is this Copernicus Ocean State Report, where this is prepared by the best scientists in Europe that we can gather, so that you can have all this information. This is not something that is at the level of IPCC. So you have to...
She's fast, huh?
But in the same moment, we have two authors of the IPCC at Mercator, Karina von Schuckmann and Angélique Mollet. They are contributing to the IPCC, and they are authors for the ocean. So the connection is very well made. So I think we understand well all this ecosystem, and the goal of what you have in your hand here was to reach the politicians in Brussels and elsewhere with something that is simple to read, completely based on science, and also fully devoted to the ocean. But a special report on the ocean that has been made by IPCC. We have co-authors from Mercator that were contributing to this. I can easily connect with them if you wish.
Thank you, Pierre. And now we have one last question from Slido. Is there a connection between Mercator Copernicus framework and the GTS WIS 2.0 system? How data is provided to data assimilation for other prediction centers?
You're asking about the global system to get the data?
Yeah, the GTS.
Yeah. Yes, sure. The connection between Mercator and Copernicus is that Mercator is the organization implementing the Copernicus, which is a service on behalf of the Commission. The Copernicus service is the one delivering all the data about the forecast, etc. Upstream, we have organized centers to collect all the observations that are necessary. So we have centers that are experts in space satellite data. So you can identify this data. And for what regards all these in situ observation data, we have a group of centers that are able to connect all bases everywhere in the world, gathering all the in situ observations. It could be Argo floats, it could be the GTS system, it could be the research campaigns that are providing the data and that are now ready for disseminations. And we have a consortium that is specialized in this, gathering everything, adding quality check on that, and then when it's ready for data assimilation or for our for real time or for our analysis, we are using this data. So yes, the connection with the GTS is done. This is absolutely fundamental to get the data. Every data that is available is absolutely key, and the more we can get or support or sustain, the better. So I just want to make this transition with the discussion that is currently ongoing in Europe about GOOS, the Global Ocean Observing System. That is something where you can review, inventory what you have, and that you can have this discussion with the states to support. Now we have at the European Commission level a connection between the effort, service, etc., and the need to support GOOS. So believe that at the next UN General Assembly in September, we could have a message that this is absolutely necessary to support the goose, thanks to all this digital discussion that we could have today. Oh, I went a bit beyond the question, but it's important.
That's fantastic. Thank you so very much. A big round of applause to Pierre. Thank you, Pierre, so very much. So we'll break for coffee. I don't know if you have a group picture now, Teixeira, or later? Now. So we have a group picture, then we'll break for coffee, and we'll be back at 11:40. Please. Thank you.
Hello, Alan. Do you hear me? Hello, Alan. Do you hear me?
Everybody had coffee? Happy to resume? So in continuation to our agenda, I wish to call Dr. Pierre-Yves Letraon and Dr. Muriel Lux that are joining us online from Toulouse, that wonderful building that we have just saw on Pierre's presentation. Excuse me. Sorry. Very professional. Anyway, Pierre-Yves is a leading scientist in satellite and operational oceanography, now serving as scientific director of Copernicus Marine Service. Pierre-Yves has been instrumental in advancing the integration of satellite and in situ data to improve real-time monitoring of the global ocean. And he contributes significantly to climate research and marine services. Muriel Lux holds a PhD in physical oceanography and combines scientific expertise and policy and stakeholder engagement. In her role, she acts as a bridge between ocean science, user communities, and public policy, helping translate marine data into actionable insights for decision makers. I like this very much. We've been talking over coffee break. We have data, we have infrastructure. What we don't have is this ocean intelligence to convert what we do into the decision-making process. So let me warmly welcome Pierre-Yves Letraon. He will provide with an overview of the Copernicus Marine Service, followed by a demonstration of a Copernicus Marine dashboard for Brazil. Pierre-Yves, great seeing you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Janice. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, perfectly well.
Okay. So I'm very pleased to give you an overview of the Copernicus Marine Service that has been implemented by Mercator Ocean International for the last 10 years. So I will give you a brief overview of what we do with the Copernicus Marine Service, just to remind first what the function of the Marine Service. So this is global and regional ocean monitoring and forecasting for the blue ocean, the white ocean, the green oceans, and we are dealing with observation from in situ on satellites that are integrated in numerical models through data assimilation to provide a description of the state of the ocean in the past, in the present, and for short-term forecast. So the way we organize the system, so the Copernicus Marine system that has been operational for the last 10 years. So this is implemented by Mercator Ocean International on behalf of the European Commission. And we work with a pan-European network of expert centers for observation, so data assembly center for in situ and for all satellite data, on a series of centers for modeling and forecasting centers, so for the global ocean and for all European regional seas. On all this data, they feed a central information system on the marine data store. So in a nutshell, the Copernicus Marine offer, this is blue ocean, green ocean, white ocean, so observation on model product. All products are described, so we have information document on the product. Also, all the quality is assessed through international procedure to assess the quality of products. So the access of product is done through an optimized cloud-based infrastructure that allow an easy and fast access to the different data sets that we provide. And in addition, we provide visualization tools, dashboard. We'll have an illustration later on. And last but not least, we provide service desk, expert advice to guide the user for using the different products that we provide. In addition to this core description of the ocean state that we provide. So we also have a specific assessment activity. So this is the ocean state report that was introduced by Pierre earlier in during this meeting. So this really very important flagship report that we provide. It's organized with a large network of expert scientists in Europe that contribute to this ocean state report, which is a peer-reviewed publication. And from it, we extract a summary, high-level summary for policymakers on general public. So it's really a extremely important additional contribution to the monitoring that we provide. So just to remind the historical development of Copernicus Marine service, it did not happen by chance. We had more than 10 years of research and development project organized at European level, so starting with Mercy and then My Ocean project. And we start an operational service in more than 10 years ago, and then we are running the service through a 7-year period, which corresponds to a multi-financial framework of the European Commission. So we are now on the one from 2021 to 28, and we are already preparing the next MFF, and I will come back to it at the end of my presentation. So we have a service that supports policy and social needs. So as you know, I mean, we are really with increasing need for improved ocean monitoring and prediction capabilities. So first, understand, predict, and adapt to climate change, for sustainable management of the ocean, sustainable development of the blue economy, and also to better protect marine ecosystem and marine biodiversity. And we are today in a situation, political situation, where the ocean is very high in the political agenda. So in Europe, we have the EU mission, Ocean, Restore Ocean and Waters. More recently, we have this new EU Ocean Pact, which is a transverse activity at the European Commission level for the ocean, and international, so BBLD, Plastic Treaty, Ocean Decade, and the COP and UN Ocean Conferences. In terms of user uptake, so Copernicus Marine is doing very well. So we are a core service, so we provide core products that are used then to develop downstream applications, so for environment, society, and economy. So we support all EU policies, so Green Deal, Digital Strategy, and the Ocean Act. We have almost 130,000 registered users, but more than 500,000 users that connect to the visualization services that we provide. And we have lots of visitors, single visitors per year on the Copernicus Marine website. In terms of users that we monitor very carefully, with half of the users are coming from Europe, and the remaining half for the at international. So example of applications that we serve, downstream applications. So just here a few of them. So that's could be monitoring prediction of marine hazards, so pollution. So we have also sargassum, for instance, optimizing shipping navigation routes, managing marine protected areas, the monitoring of water quality for environment policies, monitoring marine heat waves, and also optimizing offshore energy site selection. So that's really a broad range of applications that we serve with the downstream application sector. We monitor carefully the user behavior. So this is a report that we produce every year for every year. That's a recent one for 2025. So showing how the number of users increase over year. We also monitor carefully which type of products are used. So this is just an illustration here that the data from a modeling product or data from observation. So how they are split. I mean, a lot of the users are actually using the global products, and that's one of the duty of Mercator Ocean in the Copernicus Marine service. In addition to organizing and doing the coordination, we are the provider for the global ocean forecast, and there are many users for these different products. In terms looking at user information and product for Brazil, I mean, this was briefly presented by Pierre, but we now have almost 3,000 subscribers from Brazil. So mainly from university, but also from private sectors, on addressing different aspects of the blue market that we have. On the top products that are used today by a Brazilian subscriber are mainly the global products that we have. So global ocean forecast, reanalysis on global ocean waves, analysis and forecast. So we define for this second phase of Copernicus Marine, which explain that we are working on 7-year period. So this is the second one, 21 to 28. So we define a series of objectives. One of them being to ensure the continuity with respect to the first part of the Copernicus Marine, but also we have key objectives in this phase, and that will continue also on the longer run. First, the embracing the new capability of digital services in synergy with the EU Digital Twin Ocean. So you will have a presentation later on the DTO, but we are really making sure that to converge these two initiatives, and also to prepare the implementation of the next generation of ocean and sea ice monitoring and forecasting system, in particular with new service line for the coastal ocean. That's something that we want to organize with EU member states and for marine ecosystem. And international cooperation remains quite important for us, so that's really also one of the reasons we have this this interaction with Brazil today, including also the impact, because as you see, half of the users are outside Europe. So just to illustrate achievement on the first phase of this Copernicus Marine 2, I will not detail all this slide, but we have regular releases of the Copernicus Marine portfolio. So over the last 4 years, we have 7 releases of portfolio with the integration of new satellite products, so new mission from the Sentinel, which is our key for us, but also developing new observation product, improving models, extending multi-year product in the past and so on. Ocean Set Report, I mentioned, on international impact, so through our contribution to the UN Decade, OceanPredict DCC, and OceanPredict program, and also a key event during the United Ocean Conference in Nice last June, where we celebrated the 10th anniversary of Copernicus Marine. So in this, for the next 3 years, so we have defined also some key specific objectives on the improvement of the offer with improvement of models. I will come back to the use of artificial intelligence, but also the last point on the consolidation of our marine data store, which is an essential element of the infrastructure, which is done in full synergy with the European Digital Twin Ocean. So we are dealing with a user-driven service. So, and we have really a service evolution strategy that was defined at the start of the Copernicus Marine service to make sure that the service continuously evolve according to user need, but also benefiting from the advance of science and technology. And we have advisory body to help us to evolve the service. First one from the user, which is a champion user advisory group. And we also have an international scientific and technical advisory committee to help us on the scientific evolution on making sure that we evolve the service so that it remains state of the art. In terms of as a user and policy-driven service, a lot of expertise on activity as part of Mercator Ocean International to collect the user needs, to analyze them, and to try to transform these user needs in terms of service evolution approaches. And that's really something which is now running quite well as our Mercator on feeding the evolution of the service. Innovation is essential, so really have the ambition to maintain a state-of-the-art system that are responsive to evolving user needs, and so benefiting from all advances in science and technology. So there are the different themes that we are working on. So coastal ocean, so issues on the coupling with open ocean on land, on river, with hydrology, next generation ocean model, HPC infrastructure, artificial intelligence. I will come back in a minute. We also are developing further our capability for the marine ecosystem, which means improved biogeochemistry modeling and data assimilation capability, including going up to the higher trophic level, ocean wave atmosphere interaction and coupling. Of course, data assimilation, which is essential to the systems that we run. And you will have a presentation later on by Giovanni on data assimilation activity at Mercator. So the way we manage those service evolution activities, so we have really a process that is really well in place, where we have a regular evolution of the product. So every year we have one or two new releases of the portfolio that we go through a system of specification and design reviews, acceptance reviews before the official entry into service. We also link with longer-term research and development through Horizon Europe, which is an essential funding instrument at European level to fund long-term R&D, which is critical for maintaining a state-of-the-art system. And this is guided through a service evolution strategy on a series of R&D priorities that we have defined with our scientific and technical advisory committee. And that's the different topics that we have defined, and for each of them we have defined the main evolution that are needed on the different steps that are needed to also to make sure that we can transition from research and development to operational productions. One word on the artificial intelligence on the Copernicus Marine Service. So as you all know, this is a very rapidly evolving field. It has a huge potential. So and we see an increasing use of artificial intelligence in all Copernicus Marine products. So the artificial intelligence is used for data processing, quality control, for ocean monitoring, for ocean and sea ice forecasting, but also inside the conventional system for improving them through model emulation, supreme scale parameterization, data assimilation, ensemble approach, and so on. And then, of course, chatbots and AI agents to ease user journey towards the different products that we sell. And that's something that we developed together with the DTO in this common approach between DTO and Copernicus Marine. Last but not least, we are a core system, digital ocean system. So we work with the upstream part, which is the space and in-situ component. So space from the Copernicus program, that's a Sentinel mission that are developed by ESA and EUMETSAT for the European Commission. So we've depend very much on those capabilities. So our work as part of Copernicus Marine and Mercator is to define our needs, the requirement, to assess the impact, and also contribute to the advocacy. So we have integrated all Sentinel missions over the past years, so Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-3, and Sentinel-6. We are already preparing for the expansion missions that will come in the years to come, in particular for the Arctic Ocean with a mission like Simmer, Krista, but also for the coastal with LSTM and Shine. And we are already supporting the European Commission and ESA for the design of the next generation of Sentinel mission that will fly after 2034. The in-situ observing system is critical for us. We already have a very high dependency as we need observation to constrain our model on the ocean interior. So we work at European level to strengthen and consolidate the in-situ observing system. Also, international cooperation with goods is essential. That's really, it's impossible to do it for a single nation. We know that there is a high risk today, so there are actions at European level. So this is European Ocean Pact and this new Ocean Eye initiative, part of the Ocean Pact, which was launched by President Ursula von der Leyen, and we work actively with Ocean Eye to make sure that the ocean observing system evolves according to the need of the digital ocean system. Last, international collaboration of impacts remain essential. This has really been in the DNA of Mercator from the start and working with the international community. So this is again exemplified today with this discussion with Brazil. So we have many activities as part of the OceanPrediction DCC, the OceanPredict program, but also other initiatives. So Blue Planet, Pierre also mentioned G7 FSOI, and that's really extremely important to make sure that we develop together the best practices and that we advance together our ocean prediction capabilities for the benefit of society. So to conclude, the main message from Copernicus Marine. So today, we have a world-leading marine service, European marine service, which is responsive to user and policy needs. It's based on a large network of European expert centers with strong user uptake, many activities dealing with user engagement, That's an innovative and regularly evolving service, which is essential. On international collaboration and impact is quite important. So we are now working on the next phase, Copernicus 3, on new challenges for European digital ocean system. And we have already identified several of them, so marine ecosystem, coastal climate, artificial intelligence. We also have this specific issue on the in-situ observing systems given the present international situation. So we have to be more active on this component. On the strategy that was also outlined by Pierre is really to work with a fully integrated platform and service line with European Digital Twin Ocean, which is a flagship of the European Commission as part of the European Ocean Pact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Pierre. I then pass on the floor to Muriel for the demo.
Do you hear me?
Can you hear us, Muriel? All set? We can see you. Can you hear us? It seems you're on mute mode, Muriel.
Oh,
okay, sorry. I thought you had some question for Pierre, so okay, I can go on with
Please,
my
floor is
presentation.
yours.
So, okay, thank you. I'm very pleased to be with you, even if it's online. And following the presentation, the comprehensive presentation of Pierre, I would like to illustrate some of the tools we develop. You were mentioning just before actionable data. So I think that we are data provider, but what we want to do is to better support the decision making, and to do so, we need to have specific tools or easy tools that allows the users, the stakeholders, to have fit for purpose information for their decision. So I would like to talk today about what we call the dashboards. So as I mentioned, we target decision maker and also general public, because we want the dashboard being able to provide information very easy and straightforward. The purpose of the development of this tool was to being closer to decision maker expectation, facilitating multi-criteria analysis of information, being useful for technical users as well, being shareable and reusable, meaning that if you have a dashboard, you want to share it with your colleague or with for some communication, it's easy. We wanted it to be designable according to specific topic and to be self-sufficient for communication. And the main idea was to provide a preliminary guidance with this tool, with a pre-selection of data per thematic. So before going through a very short online demo, I would like to just indicate some specificities of this new tool. So it is based on the MyOcean viewer. You will have some demo of the MyOcean viewer. It's a visualization tool we have in the Copernicus Marine service, developed by Mercator. It allows an automatic selection of marine data according to thematics or policies. It allows the development of unlimited customizable interfaces. And it allows also the combination with external data through multi-panel information, as it is shown just nearby. And you can also add some contextual elements for communication. And we provide in our the link I will share with you several inspiring examples. So last year, as an example, we developed a dashboard for Costa Rica. The idea was to provide a tool able to provide near real-time information for the monitoring of marine protected areas of Costa Rica and to support fishing activities. The tool has been designed with the national stakeholders and is now one of our examples. But now I would like to show you some example we made for the Brazil. And to mention that this is an ongoing development tool. So it means that it will be evolving in the next months and years. And the next steps are to allow the user to upload personal data, to enrich the number of metrics, to refine the possible topics and subtopics. And we were discussing that earlier in the morning to allow the management of multi-language. So it is really important if you want to reach specific communities that are not really user-friendly, very easy with the English, for example. So now I'm going to share my screen. Oh, sorry. Here it is. Okay. So this is the first example we developed for you today very quickly. So this is a dashboard we imagine for supporting fisheries and aquaculture, for example. So we put here some images, several maps illustrating the evolution or the geographical variability of different parameters. Here, for example, we are able to monitor the freshwater plumes from the Amazon and Paraná rivers. That can be useful. So every map is interactive, so meaning that you can go and scroll on the map to zoom in or zoom out. You can select points and follow here the time series of the time series, the evolution of the parameter through time. You can display several variables here. For example, I put the primary productivity and the temperature to see what are the best habitat for particular species or for the fisheries activities. You can add some graphs, some maps as you want, following here some easy menu to have maps and graphs. So I won't enter into details of all the functionality. What I can say is that they are completely customizable. You can zoom in, zoom out, move each of the box, add some text and so on. And when you want to share the link, you just click on this menu, share link, and the person that received the link open the same dashboard. And you can travel into the times. You can change the variable available. You can do whatever you want. It is fully connected to the Copernicus Marine portfolio and some external data. So Fabrice, after me at the end of the session, will present you further this other example of dashboard. This one was dedicated to support offshore wind farm installation or monitoring of variables. So in that one, you have the wind condition nearby two of the project sites for wind farms in Brazil. We have the waves because wave conditions are very important for the design of the structures. And if some storm events happen, it can be important to have some information in near real time or historical data if you want to have some metrics. So this is really a preliminary. So yes, here you can also add your own images if you have some statistics or some. Here we have the wave rules at a particular site, one of the sites. And you can monitor whatever you want in the area of interest. So I think I'm going to stop here. What I would like to say is that we are very interested in having your feedback, in having your needs, understanding what you need, what you would like to monitor, what are the best fit for purpose information you could have in such a dashboard. So if you want more information, please come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Muriel, so very much. I particularly feel very excited in looking at your dashboard. Congratulations. I think this is exactly what our mission here is. Get connected to the extent possible and provide the information the easiest way possible. So we are very glad to see your presentation. Same with Pierre-Yves. I would open for questions from the audience and also from afar. We have a Slido provided for questions. And don't be shy. Get the opportunity to have every answer you would like to have for both of them.
On les entend plus.
I guess, Anna, you're muted online.
No questions from the audience? No questions from afar? Yeah, we do have, I heard a blimp. No? Ronald, please introduce yourself before asking.
Thank you, Janice. Muriel, very nice presentation. I am Ronald Souza from the National Institute for Space Research. I just have a simple question for you. Is it possible to include in this dashboard information on the coast? For instance, sensibility maps and positions of features in the coast that maybe mapped like mangrove areas and salt marshes, etc.
Yes, indeed, it's already the case. Maybe if I share my once again rapidly, just to show you. If you want to edit the dashboard, go to the first page of the beginning of the dashboard, and here we have different layers of information, and these proposed layers will be grouped, I guess. So we have here the mangroves, the seagrass, the submarine cables. We have some the EEZ, the FAO major fishing region. So if you have a particular need for such layers, please, if your wish list, we will see how to answer the need.
Any other question? We have one from Slido. While you think about what you would be like to ask. It's an anonymous. Is it possible to download and include data in a specific dashboard? Or it goes to General Copernicus and implement in the dashboard? I don't know if the question is very clear, but...
Yes, I think I understand the question. So at the moment, the dashboard are completely linked to Copernicus Marine, and the simplest way to have the data in the dashboard is the Copernicus Marine service. But more and more, we work on the possibilities for the users to upload his or her own data into the dashboard. So in the following months, this possibility, this functionality will be accessible for the user.
Thank you very much, Muriel. One last question, Priscilla.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Priscilla Lange from INPO. It's very nice to see this presentation. I love the dashboards that you prepared. And I'm wondering about, because most of these are satellite products, right? And especially for the, not all, models as well, right? There's all sorts of things, right? But for fisheries and aquaculture especially, some of these products are very important, like primary production, and these models need to be parameterized regionally when you talk about especially aquaculture, because if you take a global product and apply it to a coastal area, it may not work. And I wonder how it works for the existing dashboards, the dashboards that are operating already. Do you have plans for doing these parameterizations? Do you have different products for specific regions? And how do you see this working here in Brazil? That's such a large area, vast coastline. How would that work here? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. Actually, and maybe this is something also linked to Edito. The idea is that we connect, we fully connect with the national services, the national parameterization, the national model into our dashboard. In our dashboard, we won't do coastal modeling, but we would like to onboard the coastal modeling systems that are existing. And I hope it answers your question. But we won't do everything until the coast. We would like to connect better our...
Maybe just to add, to complement what Muriel said. So, of course, we are dealing with global and regional, and when we are really more specific application, you need to have a dedicated modeling, I mean, with which then needs to be connected to the Copernicus Marine and Mercator model. That's what we do for coastal ocean in Europe. So we are working with member states. They have their own coastal system, and we connect them to Copernicus Marine with the product that we have. And for international, that's really one, I mean, key issue for the discussion and cooperation with Brazil to set up some of these downscaling activities, because you're right. I mean, to serve application, you need to downscale the information that we provide. We have a specific agreement, for instance, with Canada. We are developing a high-resolution ocean model that are fully connected to what we do at Mercator Copernicus Marine, and that's really something that we also need to work with you in Brazil to make the connection.
Thank you very much. I think we have to move on. So without any further ado, let me introduce you to the next speakers. And I'm talking about Marina Tonani and Fabrice Messal. They would be bringing information regarding the overview of the European digital twin of the oceans, with a follow-up demonstration of thematic DTOs for decision-making. Let me then introduce Marina Tonani. She serves as the head of Marina Data Hub. What a buzzword. And she has extensively experience in numerical ocean modeling, data assimilation, and digital innovation, contributing to global efforts in climate monitoring and ocean sustainability. She is recognized as a key figure in bridging marine science, digital technologies, and policy-oriented ocean intelligence systems. Thank you for being with us, Marina. And she will be followed by Fabrice Messales. He's an expert in digital science and numerical imaging, and serves as a capacity developing manager, another good buzzword, at Mercator Ocean International, specialized in data visualization and user experience design for oceanographic services. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Marina.
So, trying to
I can share for you.
Can you share? Yes, please. Okay, so thank you very much for this nice introduction. So I'm sorry not to be there with you, but I hope I will be able to deliver my message from Toulouse. So we can go to the next slide. So what is the, can you hear me? Okay, so what is the digital twin of the ocean? So the big aim is to make the ocean knowledge available to all. And what does it mean? It means that we are aiming to bring the data close to computational resources so that we can exploit the information and generate the information that we need as we need. And this allows us not only to understand the characteristics of the ocean marine ecosystem in the past, in the present, through observation and monitoring done via models, making a forecast for the future, but also allow us to understand what the decision that we make today will influence the ocean of tomorrow, giving us the capability in
just a second, Marina, we lost your audio. I think the microphone from Vincent has been shut down. You're back.
Okay, happy to be back.
Thank
you. So, as I... Se mute parce que tu peux rester comme ça. Reste là. So, as I was saying, allow us to make different scenario in a digital environment so that we can understand how best we can make a choice today for better managing and protect the ocean and its environment. And this will encompass all the different aspects of the marine ecosystem, also looking at all the interlinks among them. So we can go to the next slide, please. And now, briefly, I will not go into the details, but what I want to show you is that when you know and you are very focused on what you want to achieve, you can develop it pretty fast. So there has been in 2022 a big push from the European Commission for developing a digital twin ocean. Towards the end of the same year, we started with research projects for developing it, and in 2024 we have been able to showcase the first prototype and to extensively demonstrate it during the UNOC, the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice in June 2025. And we are continuously working on the development and improving on the European Digital Twin Ocean platform with the aim to be operational in 2030. So we can go to the next slide, please. And what we are aiming to, once we have developed the first prototype, is to scale it up. So it means increasing the pool of data that we can make available to our users, increase the model capability, all the computational resources and the capacity to have on-demand processing and to provide services. But what is really important is also to develop the community around it so that we can be sure that we have the community that we need contributing to Edito, adding data, adding products, developing tools, applications, what-if scenario, so that really we can enrich this digital twin ocean with the knowledge that we have in Europe and also at the international level.
And we are doing so with in different ways. So we are engaging with the community through a specific forum, with trainings, with hackathon, and also with grant for providing them the resources they do need for being able to build on Edito. We can go to the next slide, please. And Edito, as I said, is there, has been already demonstrated. Everyone can go and explore what is available. We started harmonizing the catalog of two major European assets providing marine information. One is Copernicus, that Pierre has extensively explained to you, and the other one is INPO, that is collecting in-situ observation that are encompassing the physics, biology, chemistry, marine habitats, bathymetry, and other aspects of the marine ecosystem. But you can also go on Edito, add and reference your own data, develop your tools and your applications, and you can also decide to share this with the community. So it means that you can contribute to Edito, enriching it with what you have developed on it, or on what are your application and your data. Next slide, please. And in order to be very close to the users, understand their needs, and support everyone who needs to develop on Edito and to work on it, we are setting up since a few months a help center for supporting our users. And we are doing this using different tools. So we have the, let's say, classical email that you can use for contacting the experts, or there is also an AI agent that can provide you real-time answers that are very precise on all the different functionalities of Edito. And you can also consult all the tutorials and the documentation that have been developed for helping and supporting the further use of Edito. Can go to the next one. Here is just an example on our busy schedule for being in contact with the community. We have different events. Some have already happened in the past, and some are planned for the future. And they are targeting the European community, but also the international community. Edito is a project that is endorsed by the UN Decade, and in particular is linked to the DITO, so the Digital Twin program of the UN Decade. And so it's always involved for being sure that this European initiative is well integrated in the international development of the digital twin of the ocean. Can go to the next slide, please. And we have had already in these first few years of Edito the contribution from the community that has built on Edito and has made available different applications that are encompassing different aspects that would be for protecting our coast, fighting the pollution, protect the biodiversity in support of the blue economy. And you will see in the demonstration that Fabrice will give to you very shortly some of these applications that are running on Edito. And go to the next, please. And so, if you are curious, Edito is there, is open. You can go, you can, as I said, explore, or you can also grant access to the platform and see what you can do and if what you can develop on Edito. And so this is really, or you can also access all the tutorials and understanding better how it is structured and what is already available in the application. You will see there is a full display of what is there. And with this, so we can go to the next slide. Next. And so this is just a nice slide for concluding, and so saying thank you to all of you for your attention and for giving the floor to Fabrice, that will go really into the action with the Edito platform, showing you the applications.
Thank you, Marina, so very much.
Hello, everyone. So I have the task to make a live demo for you. So it's a bit tricky every time. No. So I hope you can see my screen. So I will be brief because I know it's almost lunchtime and I don't want to keep you waiting. So as presented by Marina, the digital twin of the ocean is the goal is to bring science to policy. And as presented Muriel, I'm coming back a bit on the dashboards. Using these dashboards is a way to go deeper in the data exploitation to support decision-making process. And I would like to show you how you can use this dashboard, which will be soon interoperable with Edito, with the digital twin of the ocean, to present your data. So as we presented, this is a wind farm sites on the Brazilian coast. So you can monitor some conditions with parameters and products from the Copernicus Marine Service. But these wave roses, for example, diagrams, have been created and built on the digital twin of the ocean. So you can have your own accounts, you can bring your own data, make your own computation and graphs, and integrate your own graphs to this diagram. So this is the first step to integrate and to link what you're going to create and develop on the digital twin of the ocean with tools available on the Copernicus Marine Service site. So it is customizable and it's currently linked to the Copernicus Marine Services catalog data, but soon you will be able to connect your own data. And it's very useful if you want, in this case of wind farms, to assess sites and de-risk developments, and during operation phase to monitor the condition for maintenance, for example. So this is the first example. The second example, so the following applications are currently running on the digital twin of the ocean. And we wanted to showcase the potential of the digital twin of the ocean platform to support decision making. And in this thematic, we're working on coastal erosion using natural-based solutions. We are on the German coast, and during extreme events, the region is facing erosion, and it's a huge problem. So the local coastal protection agency, decision makers, and scientists need to take a natural-based decision. So how the digital twin of the ocean can help working to protect their coast. The idea is to be able to test different configurations of natural-based solution and compare the impact to choose the most suitable one. So there is a German laboratory has simulated a local hydrodynamic model that considers the impact of the seagrass on the erosion. And we start with a very located problem with located impact, but you can apply in many sites around the world. So let's see the demo. So we have this site, and we are able to choose seagrass meadows parameterization, and we can configure choosing the position of the seagrass and the density of the seagrass. You see, it's very simple. So I can test this density and this position. I can select and I can directly see the results on the reduction of the risk of erosion. So in blue, this is the areas where I have reduced the risk of erosion. So it's a good example on how to test scenarios, but now I can compare with a new scenario and, for example, a deeper solution with high density. And I have my results here, and I can compare the two scenarios. So in that way, I'm able to take the good scenario, good solution based on the best configuration. So just imagine that that thanks to the digital twin, you could replicate and adapt the simulation to your region, modify the type of natural-based solution. You can use mangroves instead of seagrass. You can add socioeconomic data to make your simulation more realistic. You will save time, cut costs, and build on proven solution, as well as the experience and knowledge are shared. And in your turn, you will improve the concept and share your own experience with the rest of your community to enrich the digital twin of the ocean. That's the very essence of the digital twin of the ocean. Let's change and dive into the Pacific Ocean now with biodiversity protection what-if scenario application. This application is designed to explore the dispersal of virtual young turtles and assess the risk with turtle fishery interaction. Okay, so within Mercator Ocean, we have scientists working on modeling of the behavior of the juvenile turtles. So when it's ready, we are able to launch. It is 18 years simulation involving 150 juvenile turtles, so virtual turtles, from a nesting beach in Costa Rica, and observe their dispersal in relation to oceanic factors, such as the temperature, the seawater velocity, and parameters linked to the search of food, for example, micronecton and net productivity of biomass. So this can run on the digital twin of the ocean, and once you have this simulation, you are able to build new indicators and to have, for example, the density, the seasonal density of the turtle and the location of the turtle in the Pacific Ocean in this region. So once you have this density, seasonal density of turtles, and if you compare to the density of boats, of fishing boats, you are able to create what we have called fishing effort risk map. So in red, this is the regions where you have a high density of fishing boats and high density of juvenile turtles and high risk of bycatch of turtles by the fishing boats. And what we propose on this what-if scenario application is to reduce this risk by closing the fishing activity during a certain period of time and directly see the impact and the results. You can see here with 16% of risk reduction, and you can play with different months, selecting different period of time, and apply the most impactful period. So, okay, this scenario is very simple. We recognize that implementing regulations and rules is more complex than that. You will understand that the digital twin of the ocean requires the expertise of the entire community to propose solutions capable of addressing these complex challenges. So, as Marina said, the platform is ready to welcome anyone with the will to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Fabrice. This has been wonderful. I like the idea presented by Marina that if you're focused on what you wish to achieve, you move faster.
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear us? Yeah? Can you hear us, Fabrice?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that I like very much Marina's words with regard to when you have your focus where targeted, you move faster to your objectives, and what you have just presented us is a clear explanation for that as well. I was really positively impressed with what we have seen. If I may ask for the audience if there is any question to both Marina and Fabrice. Anybody? Any question from Slido? I think everybody is hungry, yeah? And we are getting close to lunch, in fact, because from my agenda, we would break for lunch immediately after this set of presentations. But one last round, Milton Campbell for INPE.
Okay. Can you hear me, Fabrice, Marina? Okay, thank you very much
Yes.
for a wonderful presentation. I mean, just a curiosity. Briefly, how do you bridge the modeling, forecasting capacity with the dashboard and the platform? So you have the use case ready, available to be shown, or do you do simulations in the background? Briefly, just a curiosity. Thank you.
So today, the dashboard is currently working on with the products from the Copernicus Marine Service catalog, but we can imagine in the near future to plug other kind of catalogs of products available from our partners or forecasting centers, etc. So it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of technology to plug everything, but we are working on it. Today, you are able to run simulations or to run models on digital twin of the ocean and access the data, but it's a very specific link. But tomorrow we can imagine connecting the entire stack catalog from a producing center.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. Any other question? Any Slido question? Well, it will be open. And Pierre, you wish to say something, please?
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to comment on this to say that if you follow me in this, I mean, the Copernicus Marine Service is something that
Sorry,
has been...
we don't have sound.
Yes, okay, I can continue speaking.
You have to unmute yourself, Janice, please.
Okay, Fabrice, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Pierre speaking.
Hello, Pierre.
I was sharing my idea that the Copernicus Marine Service is something that has been invented after this satellite revolution, and we have tried hard to reproduce three-dimensional what the satellite was able to observe, combine, etc., etc. So we were clearly targeted towards this objective to build the best ocean that we have. This digital revolution that we have now with Marina and Fabrice is a bit different because we don't know where we're going. I mean, this is super vast. We can do whatever we want. We can connect systems that are saying completely stupid things, and we can propose something that is completely irrelevant because we love it, but this is not necessary. And I think that this is absolutely necessary to come back to the good reason why we are here today in this workshop, which is that we absolutely want to build this kind of new information with you here in Brazil, with INPO, because you have the skills, you know what we're talking about, we know what is absolutely important for you here. And so what we have displayed here with Pierre, with Muriel, with Marina and Fabrice is all the instruments that could be made available, but it's completely stupid to have these instruments that are prepared, implemented, and customized in Toulouse to talk about something that is here. So the goal is to open the possibilities, and my hope and my objective is to come back. I mean, okay, let's take a few moments for a few months maybe, but in April with something that has been designed by you and with this kind of instruments and yours. This is absolutely necessary and a bit more than before, because with these digital tools you can really do something that has to be mastered by the best experts so that you know what we are talking about. And well, that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Pierre, and I can sign in to everything that you just said. reason why it's so important to hear from you, from the audience, what the user requirements are about, so that we can move on. And as said, 2030 is next door. And next year we have a valuable opportunity to prove that this cooperation is bringing a new dimension to what we wish to do in terms of a digital twin for the South Atlantic. So we have to move fast. And again, just as Marina said, we need focus to move fast. And we are counting on you to bring your expertise, to bring your ideas, to bring your requirements for us as INPO to have that done. I find the audience very quiet today. I don't know why, but I mean, we are here to provoke and to get things done. But before that, let's break for lunch. Lunch will be served at the same area where we had coffee break, and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. So, bon appétit. Good afternoon to everybody. Happy with your lunch? Got some extra strength? Let's get on board and be active. Okay. So I have the pleasure to now introduce Dr. Giovanni Ruggiero. Don't know if I pronounced it correctly. I'm just benefiting from my Italian origin. He's an oceanographer specializing in data assimilation for ocean forecasting systems that enhance the accuracy and reliability of global ocean predictions. His work contributes directly to operational ocean modeling systems used in scientific research and decision support services, including those supporting Copernicus Marine Environment Monitoring Service. So this is what Giovanni will bring to us, an overview of data assimilation in ocean forecasting systems. And he's coming directly from Toulouse. The floor is yours, Giovanni. Thank you. You're on mute. No. No. Try again. No. How is it going, Houston? You still have a problem? Yeah? Oops. I like the blink. It's him. It's Toulouse. So Giovanni, you're not being able to open your microphone, right? You can use body language with us. So you can hear us, but you cannot. All right. Would it help if he gets disconnected and connect again? Do you think we should do that, Giovanni? Okay, go for it. So in the meantime, we can start chatting and trying to get geared up for the third rather, of this afternoon, when we will try to show what our user requirements are to our colleagues from Mercator Ocean International. So keep thinking about it as we get Giovanni on board for his presentation. Allow, come on. Permitir in Portuguese. Hey! How is it, Giovanni? No mic still. So I think he is rebooting, isn't he? Is he? Hey, Giovanni, I was told you're Brazilian. Come on.
Janice, pede para um dos quem que tá lá? Vince ou
Vincent.
Marina? I don't know. Muriel. Ask them to say something, maybe.
Did you get the message, Muriel?
Yeah.
Yeah. She got the message.
Indeed.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Very well.
So that the problem is in Giovanni's environment.
Okay, I tried to connect with him.
Permitir one convidado. One convidado é ótimo.
Just a moment.
It's a nice melange. Aye. How's that now?
Giovanni, try to maybe the volume.
Is it low? Your volume is full power?
Maybe the problem is the phone.
The navigator is not authorized to use microphone. Does that make sense?
Giovanni, c'est Pierre. Est-ce que tu peux accéder au micro de Vincent? Parce que c'est lui qui avait géré tout à l'heure. Tu es dans la même salle que lui? Non plus. OK.
Giovanni, I think we heard you.
Yes?
Yes!
Okay, nice.
Perfect, thank you.
Parla, Giovanni, parla.
I'm sorry about that, yeah. I changed it from navigator, so now it seems to be working. So, may I start now? I just need to share my presentation. You still hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, so let's go. So I'm here to present you data simulation, how we do an overview of data simulation in Mercator. So I will first start with a very basic concept of data simulation. Prior to start a more in detail description of what we have been doing and what we plan to do in the future.
Giovanni,
so first question is
Giovanni,
sorry?
This is Pierre.
Yes.
First, we cannot see your slides. Two, I think it would be very, very interesting if you could present yourself and explain where you're coming from. Because you're speaking like an Italian English, but you're not at all Italian nor French. And you know everyone in the room, so maybe you could explain.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification, Pierre.
Begin that again. Okay.
In presentation mode, Giovanni.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now things seems to be working properly. Can you confirm this, please?
Yes, perfect. Introduce yourself, them, and follow the boss's order. Where are you from?
Okay, so I'm Brazilian. I'm from São Paulo, and I took my undergraduation at Rio Grande University at the South Brazil. And I spent 2 or 3 years working on Remo, setting up a data simulation and forecasting system for the Brazilian coast. And then I left Brazil to take my PhD at France, and now I'm at Mercator. Yes. So it's my pleasure to be here presenting all this Mercator work for you. And I'm happy to discuss with you and take your questions at the end of the presentation. Okay, I'm assuming that everyone can hear me and you are looking at my slides.
Yep.
So I'm here to present data simulation at Mercator. So it's not exclusively my work, but it's the work of a large group, and I'm presenting in their behalf. So first, I will start with basics of data simulation, very basic concept, and then I will give you more details about what we are doing at Mercator. So first question is why we need data simulation, and the short answer is because models and neither models nor observations alone are able to provide us a reliable picture of the ocean. Models are not perfectly. We have physical approximations and parameterizations. We have errors in the forcing fields, and we don't know exactly initial conditions. And since the ocean dynamics are chaotic, this small errors in initial conditions will amplify in time. Observations, as we see in this picture, representing SLA along track sea level anomaly in colors, and in situ measurements in black dots are very sparse and is noisy. So we can, from this picture, it's hard to take a picture of the ocean, and most of observations is giving information about an integrated quantity as SLA, or from the surface as SST and sea surface salinity. So data simulation aims to combine all this information in an optimized way to produce a most reliable information. So the basic idea is we have here represented background, what we call background or first guess, which is in this case is a model solution, the SLA model solution in your left-hand side, and we have observations as we have seen in the previous slide. So SLA observations mainly, and what we want is to compare these informations and to construct a correction which will be applied to the background. So first thing we need to do is to calculate this background on the observation space, which in this case is what we want to do is to filter to keep only the information from the background, which is also present in the observations, and then make time and space interpolation. So with this background in the observation space, we can then calculate difference, so what we call innovations, and from the innovations and based on the confidence we have in our background and in our observations, which are mainly being modeled by covariance and matrix, error covariance matrix, we can calculate what I call here analysis, which is an increment, a delta, which will be applied to the background. So if you look at the analysis and the innovations, we can then see filters being observed in the innovations, which are smoothed and dynamically propagate into the space. So what I'm basically trying to say is that data simulation is the science of compromise. And for example, just to give you a feeling, if we have full confidence in our background and zero confidence in observation, so analysis will give zero elsewhere, everywhere, because we have full confidence in the background. And on the contrary, if we don't have confidence in the background and full confidence in the observation, we'll get something which is very nice. So the idea is to make a compromise between this source of information. So let's dive into what data simulation is for Mercator and how it's used. So we use data simulation to produce reanalysis, which is a fast reconstruction of the ocean states, and to build initial conditions for real-time forecasting systems. And this for all these three ocean compartments, namely physics, sea ice, and marine ecosystems. Data simulation also used to prepare future observation missions, doing OSST experiments, and to assess the impact of new missions in the system. So how does it work? So our system is based on the same data simulation code, which we call the AIM-ROA, which is a code which is shared with our Canadian colleagues. So it basically implements a massively parallel four-dimensional ensemble common filter with an explicit type of filter. It's optimized to be efficient with up to 400 modes or ensemble numbers. People knowing ensemble common filter know that's a bottleneck of the methods is the I/O. So we have been working hardly to make this possible. We use the so-called first guess at appropriate time at that innovation, which means that we are very carefully computing this model equivalent in time. So we try to be as precise as possible. And since the method is four-dimensional, we are calculating and analyze ocean trajectory, and we are using this four-dimensional incremental analysis update to force the model at every time step with a very small increment to go towards the observations. And our code is able to assimilate satellite and in-situ data with level 3 and level 4 on products. So how do we cycle data simulation in our real time and real analysis system? So for the real time, we have 3 data simulation steps, which will be namely here hindcast and nowcast, and is the final condition of nowcast that will be used to initialize our forecast. We do these 2 trajectories because nowcast is missing almost 20% of observation that are not already available to be assimilated. So we expect that the next week, during the hindcast, we'll take this information into account. And so just to precise, a reanalysis mainly the analyzed trajectory of the hindcast. Reanalyze and mainly hindcast, there is no nowcast and forecast. So this is true for all systems being operated by Mercator. So we have here, I will describe 2 systems. First one is the global at eddy resolving resolution coupled with the CIs. For this system, we have a 7-day data simulation window, which means that we are trying to optimize the ocean trajectory within this 7 days observation window. The method is fully multivariated for the physics, which means that we are correcting the full ocean state, including velocities, temperature, salinity, with all the observations available. And for the CIs, we are mainly assimilating CIs concentration and correcting CIs. So the figure shows just the impact of assimilating ocean observations on your left-hand side compared to the free run. So we see that compared to for temperature and salinity, we are greatly increasing the system precision. So this system assimilates mainly 2 L3 informations, namely SLA, sea level anomaly, and SST, and is assimilating also temperature and salinity profiles from coral database and CIS concentration. So this was for the physics. And for the biogeochemical, we have a PSCAS model at 1/4 degree resolution being forced by the GLO12 assimilated physics. We have the correct position of the mesoscales. This system is the first Mercator system assimilating BGC data, so it's quite simple. It assimilates mainly ocean color L4 project, only correct on large scale because we hope that small scales will be generated by the mesoscale activities. And these increments are only computed at the sea surface and project over the mixed layer with an attenuation. Okay, so that was a description of what we have, what we are doing right now in operational. So before going to next, the innovations that are coming to arriving to our operational systems and future plans, I will talk very briefly about collaborations. So we have scientific cooperations at international level, mainly at the OceanPredict Data Simulation Task Team, and it's linked to OceanPrediction DCC. We are at more European level. We are sharing knowledge in the context of the Copernicus Marine MFCs. We are also using this European framework program, Horizon Europe, to share and to develop methods along with our partners. And 8 years ago, we have started a collaboration with some shareholders and other data simulation groups in Europe, which we call here MOI Data Simulation Expert Team, to discuss best practice and fundamental challenges in ocean data simulation. And this is at the origin of the Horizon Europe Comedy project that will start in September this year, where we will work on improving the background and observational covariance matrix matrix representations. We are trying to improve algorithm through coding new non-Gaussian approach and develop an end-to-end AI data simulation approach. And we also focus on bridging gaps between different softwares being used now by different sensors. So now we pass to innovations and future plans. So first innovation arriving March next year is the simulation of SWOT data in our operational system. So SWOT will give more like, instead of a long track information, something like an image of the ocean, so large SWOT, which we can see the difference in this upper plot. And this, from our previous study, this will improve, largely improve the mesoscale representation, providing more accurate location and shapes of eddies and front. So next is the ensemble system to arrive in November next year. So it's eddy permitting global model, which will provide extended range probabilistic forecast of 20-80 days. Nowadays we are providing 10 days, so this one goes far ahead. And we show in this figure that it provides informative extended range forecast and also informative probabilistic forecast. For BGC, we are moving toward a multivariate data simulation using this SOCAT neural network product. So we are simulating DIC, alkalinity, pH, and RC CO2 flux. And the figures we see the improvements we are getting for GIC thanks to the assimilation of carbonate. And also, probably most importantly, we are getting a better representation of the PCO2 fluxes, which is a key climate variable. For the CIs, we are moving toward a joint assimilation of sea ice concentration and the other freeboard. So the freeboard is the thickness of ice above the sea surface. And what is showing in the plot is with this multivariated assimilation, here called multivar, we are greatly improving the bias in the sea ice volume, which is a very important variable for the sea ice. And this will allow us to better monitor the sea ice vulnerability because we can have good extension, but with not very good sea ice thickness. And ice thickness and volumes is an important variable for predict and navigation groups. So this is particularly important for Arctic. So finally, for more longer term, I would say we are working on AI and hybrid methods. So we are currently working with hybrid physics and emulators, estimation of the ocean state, this to increase the ensemble diversity. So it means that we will improve the resolution of the probability for being forecasted, and also to improve the representation of the background errors through the covariance matrix. We are working on variational autoencoders to make the assimilation step in the latent space. This is particularly important for BGC and CIs where the variables are not Gaussian. So with this method, we aim to improve the representation of the interactions between different variables, which are not linear in these systems. And finally, we are working on end-to-end system, which means that there is no more physical models as we know, and everything is being emulated into an end-to-end IA-based system. So some takeaways. First one is that assimilation is essential if you want to have good reanalysis and reliable and precise forecast. MY has large experience in running assimilation experiments for global and regional models at different resolutions ranging from edge permitting to submesoscale permitting resolution. We have expertise for physics, CIs, and biogeochemical assimilation. We are interacting with our colleagues at European and international levels through different channels and projects. And finally, we are moving toward hybrid filters, including AI, where we think it can improve the ocean representation and to aggregate what we have been doing in the past 30 years. And that's all I had to present to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you so very much. Do we have Slido for Giovanni's presentation? And do we have questions from the audience? I doubt we wouldn't have a question. Assimilation is at the heart of you. So we are looking for your comments. Any question from the audience? Any question from Slido? No? I don't think we have a Slido, actually. Do we? Do I see your hand up, Luis Paulo? No? Pierre.
Giovanni, this is Pierre speaking. I'm curious because you know well this community here in Brazil, and you're now living in Europe. Without entering too much into scientific details for me, what is the difference between the data assimilation approach that you have now in Europe and what you okay, so what we should do with our colleagues here in Brazil to interconnect our systems and using what you have in hands with the data assimilation and what you know about what they are doing here. Just to give me and Professor Sejan sitting, just to me some ideas of where we could move things forward.
Okay, so I think Brazilian data assimilation is not too far from what we have now at Mercator in the sense of methodologies. But I think we have a lot of expertise, especially in this, what we call observation operator, because we are very close to data provider. So we know very much what is being observed, what is being delivered for us to make this data simulation. And I think this is a key ingredient for a very well-calibrated data simulation system. So this is the first step. Second one is we are moving toward an ensemble data simulation, which is completely different from the deterministic system, because in this ensemble system, we are trying not only to predict the best trajectory of the ocean, but we are trying to predict all possible states of the future, on the future. And we have been developing stochastic methods to explicitly model the model errors during the model integration. And I'm not aware Brazilians are familiar or are using this for their ocean forecast and data simulation. So this is another point that we can exchange. We also have this BGC data simulation in CIs, and I don't know very much if they are developing this activity or if they are interested in this right now. So I think it's mainly concerning these three topics, the difference. I mean.
Thank you, Giovanni. You mentioned that you have worked at Remo, is that correct?
Yes.
When was that?
From 2008 to 2010, 2007 to 2010, something like that.
So that was on early stages of the development of Remo. Do we have Remo representatives here in the room? Oh my God, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. I said I was going to be provocative, so bear with me. So you haven't met Giovanni before? No, probably not. You have? Okay. So you have friends here in the audience, but they are shy, they don't want to interfere or intervene or make any questions. That's fine. But anyway, no, seriously now, do we have any question for Giovanni from what he has presented? I understand Remo is a very important component of ocean observations in the Atlantic, but it pertains to one specific slot of cooperation between Petrobras and the Brazilian Navy. So do you think there would be space for another Remo? Giovanni, from your view?
It's difficult to say. I think there is space, but it's more on the political side. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how do you interact INPO and Remo. Since the Brazilian Marine is involved in INPO, maybe there is room. I don't know if to create another one, but to exchange information and methods to upgrade the system. I mean, it's difficult to say. No?
But you said it all. Yes, I think there is room, and we need that. Period. So this is what we have to do, and this is what needs to be done, and this is what we will try to do at INPO, especially taking into account all the collaboration that we have from our network of researchers. We are now 1,400 researchers working under the INPO network of scientists. So I think I see a bright future for our collaboration and our pursuance of that. Any other questions?
And I think some of them were at the beginning of Remo also. I mean, I don't know if they are still participating in Remo, but...
You said Edmo?
I think some researchers participating to INPO were part of Remo. So
yeah, I think it all started with Edmo Campos, didn't it? I remember Edmo Campos and Clemente Tanajura very well, and Mauro Cirano as well. So Mauro Cirano is here with us. So he's going to be the leader, I find. Okay. Any other question from the audience? Otherwise, we can jump to the next presentation, and we will be now in person listening to Henrique Alvarez. Henrique is a physical oceanographer and an ocean forecasting specialist at Mercator Ocean International, where he serves as the head of the Decade Collaborative Center for Ocean Prediction. This is the very important components that we wish to see enlarged in our country, and I know that you have good conversations going on for quite some time now. So without any further ado, Henrique would be talking about the Ocean Prediction Decade Collaborative Center itself, resources for involving national forecasting systems through standardized architecture and operational readiness level. Very important. Thank you so very much, Henrique. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Janice. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. Muito obrigado. And I'm delighted to present for you today what we are trying to achieve with the Ocean Prediction Decade Collaborative Center. It's a challenging moment because it's proper for an app, but I will try to be stimulating enough so you don't sleep. I will be looking at you in any case, taking care. So we have seen that there are fantastic examples of ocean prediction presented this morning. We have seen applications, and after my talk, we will see the same from the side of Brazil. And I know, because I know some of these works, that they will be equally amazing. So we have to be proud of what we have achieved on the last decades. But we are far from over, and this is what the presentation is about. If you look on the left, this is more or less where we are today. We are proud of these systems. We have been working for decades in these systems. We know those are extremely useful, but we have to admit that they are somehow disconnected. Interoperability is not fully achieved. This is why the concept of digital twin is so important. It's one of the reasons why the concept of digital twin is so important. And there's a strong imbalance when you look at the global scale. Some regions are more advanced than others. So some regions are quite okay. Other regions simply we don't have enough of this system. We don't have enough of this application. In any case, considering the importance of the blue economy and the importance of the ocean, we don't have enough of these systems anywhere. So we have one question, and the whole presentation is going to be around this question. How can we promote the creation, operation, and upgrade of digital ocean centers? That's the question I want to address on my presentation. And when I say digital ocean centers, you don't have to think only on ocean forecasting systems. You have to think also on the applications. So in our understanding, in Mercator understanding, one system that is running, for example, an oil spill system is a digital ocean center as important as another one doing ocean forecasting purely. So consider into this world of digital ocean centers, both the application and the forecasting systems. So on the left is where we are, on the right is where we are aiming. So we are aiming for a world with many more of these systems. We are aiming for a world where those systems are connected, both from the technical point of view and from the human point of view, that there will be a community around those systems that will be supporting each other across the region and within the regions. And this is what we are trying to do at the OceanPrediction DCC. This is the vision of the OceanPrediction DCC, and this is what we are trying to express with this slide, with this analogy of the vessel moving from one situation to the other. So the question is, how can we support this fundamental transformation? Well, I'm sure there are many ways probably to do this, but we have our own way. And our own way is based on two pillars. First of all is the community pillar, and the second is the technical pillar. The community pillar is building a community where we are all together, sharing information, sharing data, communicating with each other. And for that, we consider that this community is formed by scientists, by practitioners, by stakeholders of all kinds. And then this community, once it's in place, will need the tools. It's not sufficient to meet somewhere and to talk. We need the actual tools to help us move in this direction. So this is the second pillar, where we are devoted to creating the best possible tools to improve the digital ocean centers, to improve the creation of the digital ocean centers. So those are the two pillars that I will explain on my presentation today. And this is, on my point of view, one of the possible ways that we can look for our collaboration. So let's start with the most important one, which is our community. So our community is there to build the critical mass and to ensure capacity development across the region and within the regions. So how can we be influential from Toulouse in the whole world? I think this is not the right way to do it. So what we have created is a decentralized approach. And we have created the regional teams. We have created 9 regional teams. You can see the list there. Basically, we have divided the world in regions, and in each region we are putting together all the scientists, all the stakeholders, all the users, or we are in the process of doing so. And the good thing is that in South America, we have Mauro with us today, which is one of the co-chairs of the South and Central American regional team. We have Diane here, which is part of the steering team on this regional team. Collaboration with Brazil is very intense in this regional team of South America. So what are the roles of these regional teams? They are nodes of the DCC. They are not just ambassadors. They are really nodes of what we are trying to achieve on the DCC. They are promoting the implementation of the technical tools we are building in this second pillar. So in the second pillar, it's like the kitchen. We build the tools, and then through the regional teams, we implement these tools around the globe. They ensure the capacity sharing across regions, and as I said, and within the region, and they serve to identify, to study, and to identify gaps and ways forward. Many of these things are on the planning phase, some are on the execution phase, and this is going to be changing along the next 2-3 years, and it's going to be a lot of improvement, because many of the things that we are building now will be shown really on the next 2 years. So some examples. I like to include actual examples of tangible things to see that we are moving forward. First of all, is in the terms of our community, is the Atlas. That was shown briefly by Piero on his presentation also this morning. And we have today more than 300 ocean forecasting systems described in high level of detail, Please make sure that your operational ocean forecast system or your applications are included on this atlas. Contact with Mauro, contact with Diane for the details, but make sure that your system is here because this is the who is who in our community. 300 systems described with very high level of detail today. Another example is, as I mentioned it, this is here to search for gaps and ways forward, and this was recently published. This is the result of a survey we did last year. We had more than 300 replies across the globe. That was thanks to the work of the regional teams that were pushing the different regions for this survey to be replied. And we were able, thanks to have a clear vision on where our users and developers believe that are our next challenges. So what are we failing at? And you see, first of all, users and developers want more accurate forecasts. We need data simulation, as shown in the previous presentation. We need all kinds of improvements to have more accurate forecasts because this is need number one. Higher resolution, and you see here other gaps that were identified. So this is now on the DCC webpage, and it's very interesting to see all the results of this survey that was possible thanks to these community efforts of the regional teams. Another example, and I think this is maybe particularly interesting, is what we have been doing in Costa Rica in a project I will talk about at the end, which is the Ocean Prediction for Costa Rica project. And this is an example where we created a methodology that is now available for to be used in other areas to promote the creation of digital ocean centers at national level. So the idea here is how we promote, how we stimulate a region or a country to understand the benefits of ocean forecasting and its application, and how we identify we were talking all the time about identification of needs. That's exactly what we did on this exercise in Costa Rica. So what we did is a series of workshops. We are still in the process of those workshops, so we are not finished, but the main one was done 2 weeks ago. And in this workshop, we invite all the stakeholders, from blue economy, from science, from everybody was invited into this. So basically, during this workshop, we were looking into challenges through a series of steps, very participative. We kind of forced the people to participate through these stickers, and we were able to step by step advance, slowly during 3 days, step by step advance, and at the end, we identified the needs and mapped the priorities, and we are ending with a recommendation assessment, with a roadmap on how to continue properly in the development of digital ocean centers, in particular in Costa Rica. Many of these things in this assessment will not be done. We know many of the things we are recommending need a budget that is still not in place. We don't care about that. We are just doing a recommendation, what is good for the country, how you should be organizing yourself, and why you are getting benefits, because that was very clear and evident from the discussion. So you can see there, for example, desafíos, which means challenges. Those are in the different sectors, all the different contributions of the stakeholders, saying which are the challenges related to the maritime environment. And you can see on the bottom the matrix with the feasibility and the impact of the different applications we found were relevant in Costa Rica. So that's another example from the activity derived from the community building at the regional teams. Next is the second pillar. As I said, the second pillar is about building the assets to do these things, but we are not building this in a random way. We are building it in a structured way, and we are doing it through this virtuous loop that we have on the left, where we have several steps. First, we have the knowledge. This is the basic knowledge about the ocean, about ocean forecasting, about the science that you need to work into this. Then, next step is to develop your system, how you build your system. Next step is how you operate the system once it's built. And the last step is how you exploit your system and how you integrate it into, for example, the digital twins that we have been talking today a lot. That will generate more knowledge that will close the loop. That's why we are talking about a loop. We are not doing this alone. We are doing this in close collaboration with many of our decade friends and partners. So in the middle of this is the community that is our pillar number two, or pillar number one, sorry. So this is our inspiration to develop all these assets. And we are going again to see some examples. For example, for the first part of the loop, which is the knowledge, we have the TÜV's guide that was created in the context of TÜV's collaboration with Goose, in the framework of Goose. And for example, last year we published a special issue with 27 papers. Mauro was one of the main authors. And in this paper by Mauro, we had a description of the actual situation of ocean forecasting in the different regions of the world, very much based on the work on the Atlas and other contributions. And we have 27 papers on this special issue describing the actual status of ocean forecasting from all kinds of perspectives. We are talking about assimilation, we are talking about artificial intelligence. All these hot topics are treated in this point. So here, basically, we are creating the database of knowledge that is necessary for this initial step of the virtuous loop. Second example, how to build a system. Okay, let's put on paper how to properly build a system in an elegant way, how to develop it in such a way that is interoperable, robust, and elegant. This is what we did with the architecture guide that you can also find on the OceanPrediction DCC website. And this is basically a guide, a practical guide on how to wire a forecasting system derived from a community description. On top of that, this is soon, we are starting the process now, being converted into actual software. And this is model agnostic, even artificial intelligence agnostic. In the core of this, you can put an AI-based model, and it will work as a charm. This is about the operational suite that you have around your forecasting engine. So this has the potential to help a lot, make more robust, more stable, more clean, more elegant forecasting systems in the future. Another example, going to the third step of the loop. Okay, I have built my system, now how can I operate it? For that, we have the so-called operational readiness level. The operational readiness level was published last year, and it's really a collection of best practices. So operate a forecasting system is far from trivial. There are a lot of tricks, a lot of things you have to do properly in order to have a robust system. So we put the experience of 50 persons that have been for many, many years operating ocean forecasting systems into this collection of best practices on how to properly operate an ocean forecasting system. And together with this collection of best practices, we created a test. So you can check by yourself if you are doing the work properly. And you get different scores for 3 different aspects: how you are producing the data, how you are validating your data, and how you are doing the system dissemination. So basically, this is not about checking who is good and who is bad. It's about helping the people to improve their system by detecting what are they missing, what best practices they are not putting into practice. So this is the kind of technical assets that we're building. By the way, we are now in the process of creating an online tool so you can compute from your institution your operational readiness level, and we want to create a network of certified centers based on this concept. So this is what we're building, and now I want to show you 2 examples of where we are applying this, and let's say our laboratories. This is where we are applying all these things, and also it's serving as our engine, because this is based on projects that have European funding, and this is helping us a lot to move forward, because without budget, we cannot move on these developments that I was describing. So first of all is the project OPERA. OPERA stands for Ocean Prediction for the Regions of Africa. This is a pretty large project funded by European Union, and in summary, we are trying here to really completely change the panorama of ocean forecasting and its applications in Africa by creating consortia of African institutions and working with them in implementing all these solutions that we were describing before. The architecture, the operational readiness level, the digital twins, all these things will be implemented into Africa thanks to this project. And by the way, thanks to this project, we are actually developing some of these ideas that were before only into paper. Another one is the Costa Rica that you have mentioned here many times today because of the dashboard and because of this methodology to stimulate the creation of digital ocean centers at one country. So in the Costa Rica project, we have one phase where we developed the dashboard. Basically, it was the dashboard that you have seen demonstrated today by Muriel, tailored for the needs of Costa Rica, implemented there. And in this second phase is where we are doing all this workshop, all this assessment of where Costa Rica should be going in terms of development of digital ocean centers. So to conclude, the OceanPrediction DCC is promoting the creation, the improvement, and the integration of digital ocean centers around the globe. Again, digital ocean centers are related to ocean and to its applications. It's based on its community, which is organized in regional teams and in the creation of the shared technical assets that are helping to actually deliver these results. So those are the two pillars. Brazil is certainly having a relevant role via its leadership in the South America regional team and the construction in relevant assets. For example, as I mentioned it, in this collection of papers that I mentioned about the actual status of ocean forecasting. But certainly there is room for improvement with many different possibilities associated to this work that we could explore during the following days. I sent here a few examples for the consideration. For example, what about testing the operational readiness level in the digital ocean centers in Brazil so we promote best practices in the operations? What about the use of the OceanPrediction DCC architecture? In Opera project, I did not mention that, but also based on these virtuous loops, we are creating capacity building assets. We are capacity sharing assets, courses, massive online open courses. Those will start this year to be available. We can think about using this in the concept, in the framework of South America, because I think that I expect from Brazil not only a role of collaboration with Europe, but a role of leadership to help us spread the voice of ocean forecasting in South America. Because I know how powerful the science is here in Brazil, so I expect some leadership from Brazil's side to help us in that. Another possibility is to implement in Brazil the methodology that we tested successfully in Costa Rica for promoting the generation of digital ocean centers at national level. That was super interesting only for many reasons, but only for, it was amazing how it served to explain to the audience the importance of ocean forecasting and its application. It was important for many reasons, but only that one was sufficiently important to have this done. So I'm sure there are many others that will come and pop up during the following days. So this is it. Thank you very much. I see you are not sleeping, which is great. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Enrique. We have time for questions. We're a bit late on schedule, but we still have time. Any question from the audience for Enrique? One of the things that sometimes people get confused here in Brazil, Enrique, is the distinction between the Coast Predict and the Ocean Prediction Collaborative Center. So if you can explain that in 2 words, we would appreciate.
It's super easy. I mean, Coast Predict is more focused on different aspects, including observations, including they are focused on the pilot sites which integrate observation. And what we are doing is promoting ocean forecasting. So many of the things that we are, let's put, for example, the operational readiness level. This is candy for OceanPredict. They can be used in that because it will help them to improve the levels of their pilot sites and many, many other things. So we are in the process of improving this collaboration, and there's certainly a good possibility there to mutually benefit from the activities. So just zero conflict, I would say.
Excellent. Yeah, we don't see it as a conflict, but sometimes people get confused. 2 different things, I understand. And to be honest, I thought the Coast Predictor was more of a program type of thing, and the Ocean Predict Collaborative Center is a structured thing. Like,
well, that is correct,
yeah.
but we cannot refrain to jump into action.
Sure.
So we are having all these results and all these assets and all these products exactly to promote the collaboration that we are expected to do. We understand that all these actions are needed to promote this collaboration.
Excellent. The other thing that really gets us a bit sad, shall I say, is the fact that Brazil is not entitled to be part of many Horizon Europe programs, whereas our colleagues from the other side of the Atlantic, South Africa, for instance, is entitled to be part with you in different initiatives. So this is something that does explain a lot, especially bearing in mind what I asked Pierre before. What do we need to push and go ahead with our intents? And we talked about funds. So this is something that we really look forward to see that turning the tide at a point.
I completely agree. And this Opera project is coming from and DG than our usual ones. It's coming from DG INPA. And this is, I think, a first example of a collaboration of this type. And my hope is that if we succeed in this one, and I have zero doubts that we will succeed in this one, and once the results are obvious, that could serve to INPA to think, okay, maybe we can put more effort into this because this is working in Africa, this is working in Costa Rica, why not apply the same thing in other areas? So this is my dream, hope, call it as you want.
For both of us. Thank you very much. If we don't have any further question or intervention from the audience, a round of applause to Enrique for his presentation. It's been really good. Thank you so very much. And now I will move on to the next agenda item. And I would kindly ask our Director General, Professor Stefen, to provide us with his moderation for a session that I truly believe that all the depth and breadth of our prior discussions lose their value if we lack a clear understanding of what the user requirements are. So please bear with Professor Stefen for starting the wrap-up of what we have been doing here today. And I think Stefen needs no introduction for who you are and what you do. Thank you, Stefen.
Good afternoon. In fact, I asked the artificial intelligence to help me in this task, just to initiate the discussion. And there is a presentation. There is the artificial intelligence over there for yeah, projecting this. Okay, this is the topic that we are going to discuss, understanding user requirements, and the idea of that we could include research, space, government, industry, etc. Please. Next one. Here. Okay, I thought the artificial intelligence will do everything. Oh, okay. Here, I have some slides here, and try to orientate our discussion in terms of research and academia, space and observation, and you have other ones, I will come back later. We have other ones related to government and policy, offshore energy, oil, gas, wind, and also maritime transportation, fisheries and aquaculture, and finally, I think ports and environment and climate stakeholders. I think these give us an idea of the goals that we have in relation to each one of these, each one, what happened here?
Houston again. Houston is fantastic, thank you.
Okay. And we have some discussion. I will come back to those slides, but in terms of decisions, data, questions, what do you need to make better or faster? I'm trying to ask these questions to each of each sector that we select. And what data do you currently lack or struggle to access? And in terms of capabilities, what would an ideal system allow you to simulate, predict, or visualize? I think this is a kind of search or a questionnaire that we should have for the different sectors in the future, I believe. And in terms of output format also, these the sectors, key decisions that they would like to have. For instance, offshore energy, a very important point is the installation timing and how we could help them in this kind of action. And data, of course, waves, wind, currents, and the core features, forecast, the risk tools that are available for these. I think these slides are an idea to bring this discussion, and maybe we could have the interaction of the audience about some of these topics in terms of the experience of each one in these areas, maybe could help. I can't.
I'm trying to understand what's happening. Is that right?
Não, é que ele está passando. Só tem 8 slides, então assim está passando. Agora
okay. So, do we move forward or we move forward from
Só
here?
tem mais
Oh, you want to come back? Okay. More? Doesn't want to move.
Quer que eu passe por aqui?
No. I think this is the one that you want, is it? No?
Está sem som.
The idea that we could interact in this area, like research and academia. What is the goal? Understanding ocean process and advancing science. needs high resolution, multi-scale data sets, access to raw plus processor data, model coupling, reproducibility tools and open science. And my question is if the audience agrees or if the audience has some comments about this. At the same time, we have the B, that is space and Earth observation. Maybe INPO group could comment about this. The integration needs goal, maximize value of satellite data, needs integration of satellite plus in situ data. I believe it's true. Calibration, validation, what they call ground truth, near real-time data ingestion pipelines. It means data that could be fed this model or assimilation. Would you like to comment?
So thank you, Segen. So I'm Milton Campbell from INPE, Brazilian National Space Research Institute. I can agree with all the points you have raised. Very good. Thank you very much. my add to this would be a kind of a suggestion. For example, taking the example of what we've been doing for land applications, we do provide an operational service to the Brazilian state. So for the ocean, my suggestion would be to elect at a certain point to have one operational service. And then you build on this after that, because you have many sectors that requires a lot of efforts. But to appear in the national scenario, I think we need to deliver a service to show the usefulness of all this effort together. And one bullet that I'm missing on here is about governance, that you should speak sometime later on, because it's quite split around in Brazil. Those are my two value-added comments.
Thank you, Milton. Thank you very much. Maybe any other comments on these slides? You can pass to the next one, please.
Where is the private sector?
Private sector is here. Next. Private sector here.
Yeah.
Bahurel here. This is government and policy. It's how we could attend these kind of requirements for regulation, planning, risk management that has to do with government, has to do with the policy, needs, marine spatial planning tools. Brazil is progressing in this area. Brazil, it's for the south region, it's in progress. In the northeast, I think also in progress, and north, it's starting, I think. Southeast, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we have south, southeast, northeast, and north.
And north.
Already going on.
Yeah, this it's a good opportunity to interact with them in relation to the kind of use they would like to have in relation to the ocean, the requirements. And environment impact assessment, this is a lot to do with these marine spatial planning tools. Disaster prediction, it involves all the, I would say, agencies and research institutes in Brazil. And also key features like scenario simulation for policy testing, decision support dashboards, compliance monitoring. This is some of the points that I believe the government is interested, and not only the government, but the parliament as a whole in terms of policies that are related to the ocean and could help them could support these kind of policies. On the right part of the slide has to do with one very important sector in Brazil, that is oil and gas, and the possibility, the great potential for wind power also. The goal is safe and efficient operations. We have here representatives from Petrobras. Petrobras, it's our main company in Brazil for gas, and Petrobras is also interested in this wind power for the near future. And all this information about digital ocean as a whole would contribute for safe and efficient operations. Then you have the needs, met-ocean forecasts, seabed and structural interaction data, risk analysis, of course, and extreme events and extreme events in connection with climate change. It's, I would say, that is an important data that should be taken in consideration in the near future. I don't know if the audience would like to comment about this. I think this is quite important points here. Each of these groups of A, B, C, D, etc., are a huge work to do, very specialized areas that, of course, will need a basis for future development. Can go further. Passagens. Okay. No, that's back, one back. No, acho melhor ele fazê-lo. Okay. And then maritime transportation in Brazil and most of the countries, the goods are transported by sea. Brazil has huge commerce with different countries all over the world, and the goal is efficiency, safety, and now a big discussion about emission reduction in terms of maritime transportation. Route optimization. We saw this morning data from Mercator about the routes in the Arctic, and this is becoming more and more important. And with the present crisis, not only Arctic, but alternative routes are always important to optimize the transportation. Traffic monitoring, ports is directly related with port arrival optimization. And there are some key features, real-time navigation support, collision and hazard prediction, emissions tracking. There's some points related to maritime transportation. And if there is no comments, I pass to fisheries and aquaculture. And we know that climate change is moving the industry in relation to the conventional spots for fishery. And the goal is sustainable resource management. Of course, the heating of the waters heating are affecting this kind of management. Fish stock distribution models are quite important. ecosystem monitoring, and illegal fishing detection. And there are some key features related to habitat suitability modeling, early warning for harmful algal blooms, decision tools for filters and closures. This is INPO started doing something about this kind of thing. Andre and his group about stocks related to these fishery stocks. And of course, these prediction and forecast are very important to manage this kind of sector. Let's go to the next one. Andre, would like to comment something about fisheries? No. Ports and coastal infrastructure is also quite important area. Ports are very active in discussing the reduction of emissions and kind of agility in terms of operations. This operational efficiency and resilience is quite important. The draft for these ports are also of paramount importance. Needs sediment transport and dredging insights, sea level rise and flooding forecasts, and ship traffic coordination are some very specific needs in this area. And features like digital port twin information, real-time operational dashboards, infrastructure stress simulations. I think now we have not port, but an area that we have all these problems together that is almost at the moment. And but here it's a small scale of the problem that we could try to solve. And I think it's the last one. It's environment and climate stakeholders. The last one I prepare here. Goal, conservation and climate adaptation. Of course, needs long-term ocean change indicators. We are discussing a lot we discussed a lot in this last November in COP30 about tipping points, and we must be aware about tipping points in the ocean, of course. And these long-term ocean change indicators is an interesting area to be explored. Carbon cycle monitoring, biodiversity tracking, and some key features, climate scenario modeling, marine protected areas. This has to do a lot with PB&J now. I think this is an area that will take our attention in terms of how to understand and how to deal with this new agreement, and ecosystem risk assessments, of course. It has to do with this marine protected area optimization. Next one. No, acho que eles passam. These are, I think, we should contact different sectors with these questions, I believe. If the audience would like to comment about this, feel free. It's what decisions do we need to make better or faster? All these goals that we raised in the previous slides. What are the data we need of data, of difficult data to access, and the capabilities. I think digital twins has a lot to do with this in terms of predict, to visualize, And the visualization, it's quite important in order to make it easier, the decision, to make decision about all these sectors that we discussed previously. Next one. Okay, I already mentioned this slide. It's the kind of output format, how to have these outputs, how these outputs could govern the decisions, and these are big areas to be explored, because there are other sectors that could be involved here for sure, and could benefit from this discussion about digital twin capability of digital capability for decision makers. I think that's what I and artificial intelligence prepared for you this afternoon. And I think this could be a draft to explore in the future in terms of organizing the sector, contacting the sectors, and having more effective answers from the different sectors that could benefit from the blue economy and the ocean as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefen. I think that your presentation was somehow, we haven't discussed that before, but it's a good start for the next session, when we will bring to the podium our representatives from Brazil to discuss, but after coffee break. So let's have a cup of coffee, and then we'll come here. I would kindly ask you to make it short, like 15 minutes, and then back, and then we'll get into the next session, where we will present some of the systems already in place in Brazil, and your key words could help the discussion. Thank you. See you soon. Can we resume? So now it's time for us to bring some of our colleagues here present to provide their views on the existing systems all day long. You don't change. You do, for the worse. Jokes apart. So it is my pleasure to now invite some of our colleagues from academia mostly, and also from the National Space Research Institute, to bring to the table some of their ideas on what they think would be our needs based on what exists. So first move is, this is what exists, and this is what we need. I have a small representation. I wouldn't have time to have everybody on board. So it should not be seen as a sum of the lots we have in the country, not even geographically, in geographic terms, even less so in gender terms. We're just one lady for the suite of presenters. So I'm pleased to invite our experts to the podium, and I will start with Dr. Milton Campbell from INPE, if you can join me here. Dr. Ronald Booth, also from INPE. Dr. Luis Paulo Assad, from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, LAMSI Lab. Dr. Mauro Cirano, from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and also Dr. Mariela Gabiu. We obviously would require much more time to get the suite of systems that we have present in Brazil. It's just a start to what we wish to have done. So I would ask you to introduce yourself, give a very short bio, what you're doing in your respective institutions. And after that, we will have a sum up, and maybe I can get a pitch question for the fifth of you on what we wish to have done tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, next month, and by next year. So without any further ado, I will start with the lady in terms of presentation, but the presentation order itself would come from Milton to Ronald to Mauro, no, to Assad, Mauro, and Gabriela. Thank you. Introduce yourself because you have this privilege of.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mariela. I'm a visiting professor COPE. I represent the LOFI COPE group. That's it.
Okay, so now we start from Milton.
Thank you. So my name is Milton Campbell. I am an oceanographer. My background is in satellite oceanography. Today here I am on behalf of INPE, which is the Brazilian National Space Research Institute. So my role nowadays is Institutional Affairs Office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me. My name is Ronald Souza. Here in Brazil, they call me Ronald Booz, is my middle name. I am a physical oceanographer working also at the National Institute for Space Research in Brazil, especially located in Cachoeira Paulista, which is a very small city where the Center for Weather Forecasts and Climate Studies of INPE is located. I'm heading a group there called Oceans and Cryosphere, and we are actually very much into developing a new Earth system model for Brazil called MUNA.
Hello everyone, my name is Mauro Cirano. I am a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and today I'm wearing few hats here. In my presentation, I'll focus on the observing system, the Brazilian observing system, since I am a member of the Brazilian Goose. But as Enrique also mentioned, I'm the co-chair of the South and Central America Ocean Prediction DCC regional team. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon for everybody. My name is Luis Paulo Assad. I am also a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro from the Meteorology Department and also at the Civil Engineering Program, graduate program in COP. And I'm also a researcher at the Laboratory of Computational Methods in Engineering. And my presentation today will show some develops that we have been doing for the last 15 years related with regional ocean modeling and data assimilation methods along the Brazilian coast. That's it.
Thank you. I think we can start with Milton's presentation. I just realized that we don't have a repeater here, so we have to move our chairs, otherwise we don't see the presentations being made.
So thank you very much. Indeed, I could have prepared different presentations for today, as maybe, well, sorry for that, but my role here is more or less from an institutional perspective. So next slide, please. Okay. So briefly, I will mention about who you are, what we do, something you have been building in the last few years, and I think is somehow related to what we've been discussing here a little bit, at least, which is called the INPO Sentinel Hub. I also mention about our database infrastructure, if you wish, and some very few short examples of applications. More or less, I can show you that we are based in São José dos Campos, our headquarters. Ronald has just mentioned about the supercomputing and weather and climate study centers in Cachoeira Paulista, but you have other sites spread around Brazil. And I should mention the main antenna park, the ground segment, is based in Cuiabá, which is very central to South America, so we have a very nice coverage of South America. And in terms of areas of expertise, we are spread in different branches. We call general coordinations, and I used to work under Earth observation here. A few years ago, in 2020, we have joined the efforts with Earth System Science Directory and Weather and Climate, but we are just passing through a new internal reorganization, and in the next coming months, we will split around a little bit. But you also have a very high-level expertise and facilities for integration and testing satellites, and you have also a reasonable satellite and tracking control infrastructure. We develop a force in space engineering and technology, and we also have space atmospheric science integrated with associated laboratories to build supplies for this industry. We have built a family of Earth observation satellites. Indeed, before that, you have developed the collection data systems, SCD1 and SCD2, and indeed, one of those is in the Guinness Book for the longest operation of satellites flying still today, and all these payloads are now part of the other more recent satellites. And you are about to launch at the end of next year Amazonia 1B, and we are building a synthetic aperture radar, which is Cyber 6, and you have signed it for a geostationary satellite, 5, and we also have signed it for a CO2 image mission with DLR Germany. So we have two main receiving ground stations, which, as I mentioned, you can cover most part of South America continent. We also have supercomputing facilities, first also data center. We archive, process, distribute different types of satellite data and imagery. And we also have been developing a family of software tools freely available for end users, also participating in different outreaches and also capacity building at the graduate level. And last year you have organized the 21st Brazilian Remote Sensing Symposium. And our next one will be next year, and you are all invited to that if you wish. This year, we're also organizing GeoINFO, which is more related to geographic information systems and geoanalysis, and also GeoPantanal in the Midwest of Brazil. Talking about reorganization, I think I would like to point out about MONAN, which is the numerical modeling and forecasting for weather, climate, air quality, and ocean. And I'm quite sure that this will be mainly the talk of my colleague Ronald here. We also have Adapta Brasil, which is another platform for associated with the National Climate Plan. We have the Biomes Brazil, which is built for deforestation monitoring and control, and fire monitoring and management, we call Queimadas. And all those three, they are linked to Brazilian state policies, public policies. So it's not only research, but indeed those are services provided for the country. And you have a very growing and relevant program, which is space weather. And we are the 13th international center established in the and is growing. I mean, its importance because of many relevant events related to the sun, X-ray emissions, and so on. And you are building also with the what you call SGI at the Brasilia, which is institutional security for the government. We also have a program for building new platforms from CubeSats to small sites and geostationary satellites. We have a long-standing China-Brazil observation cooperation with more than 30 years. And this new, relatively new geospatial data infrastructure with a lot of AI-based remote sensing tools built and made available to the community. So from these structural programs, I would pick up maybe that you can put on the table about MONAN and the BIG and the Brazil Data Cube. I think I should confess that you don't have expertise, neither experience with digital twins. But what I can say that you've been building a lot in storing, archiving, processing, and distributing different georeference data. And what you have built and are now sharing with the community is the Brazil Data Cube. Talking about the relationship we have established with Copernicus, let's say. So, I mean, it all goes to a higher level. So there was a need for having an agreement at the level of the European Union with the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation in Brazil, and to have an agreement with the European Space Agency to sign an agreement with the Brazilian Space Agency, because Brazil, INPO is not the Brazilian Space Agency. There is a different organization under the same ministry. And briefly, the agreement was that ESA provided us a private hub to access Sentinel data, but without any nickel attached, neither expertise. So we have to build all this with our own Brazilian expertise and Brazilian funding. So what we were able to develop? So that's a story of more or less 2 years long-standing, and we started getting Sentinel-2. I should mention this is the most used nowadays in Brazil, and then Sentinel-1 as well. And sometimes after that, we get access to RealMetsat as well for Sentinel-3 data. And all this is stack organized, the same technology that was mentioned before in the morning session. So I think technologically speaking, we share the same approaches, technical approaches, and we've been building services and also capacity building. So just a few numbers, I mean, consolidated as of February this year. So we have a total of 0.25 petabytes of data downloaded from, let's say, ESA in terms of imagery. And you can see here the volumes for each satellites and level of processing. We can discuss more about this later on. So covering the whole Brazilian continent. And this is made available to the community without any charge, of course, through our own service. So the users don't need to go to international hubs. They can go to INPO servers to get the data they want to. But not only the data. So you process and build what you call Brazil Data Cube. So what the community is calling a ready data, ARD. So, and with the proper tools, you can search, considering spatial, temporal, whatever queries you like to make, different products, and extract them and use for your own analysis. But not only the data is being provided, also the server, the GPU, HPU, they can also be shared with some users. And you also provide some tools for time series analysis and other spatial regionalization, different types of. And all this code is being shared with the community, and the end users, they can build on these already available tools and make available to other users if you wish. So that's more or less the philosophy you have. And so is to build ARD data cubes for different types of end users and make all these available in real time for users. And as you can see that INPE maybe is the main provider of free or supervision data in Brazil. Of course, you don't charge for anything. And all this is stack organized, and you can see different collections that, and someone from INPE or from outside can build a different product derived from all this which is already available and make it available through our service if you wish. For example, I can take a time series of Sentinel-3 data, adjust whatever chlorophyll algorithm I would like to. Someone have asked about this in the morning, more related to primary production, and I can make it available through the system. And not only Copernicus data indeed, our own infrastructure, of course, is also hosting, processing and distributing the Brazilian satellites and other available imagery, for example, from US, from NOAA, from NASA, USGS, and so on, under different agreements. And here is more or less trying to summarize that, so you are not only providing data, but you're also providing machine processing machines, time machine, if you wish, and like a data lab. And also was mentioned in the morning, I think Editor is also proposing to provide this. So you have a virtual or a cloud, if you wish, for doing your own analysis. You don't need to go to the server and download to your machine, to your server, the data. You can process all of this in our cloud. So we've been working with AWS, as you know, but it's very expensive. So we decided to build our own cloud. Of course, we are not commercial. It's not open for everyone. But of course, I can say that INPO is very welcome to be a user, a VIP user of our cloud. And of course, I mean, it's all built interoperable, compliance with FAIR principles, and with a lot of flexibility, with tools, infrastructure. And this is a long-term commitment. So we've been nowadays, our data centers is being funded for being sustainable in terms of energy, refrigeration, and so on. So solar panels are going to be installed. So it's a very Shakespeare thing, as my colleagues know, is to be or not to be. And here, just a very short examples for water as well. So this is water, so you have specific algorithms for processing in the Amazon region, and also water transparency. You can see a few examples of the equatorial margin. This was supposed to be an animation. That's okay, thank you. And of meta-oceanographic Copernicus product being tailored for different regions of interest. And some, of course, scientific papers. I'm also a researcher, and so I have also students. So we're trying to derive scientific information for the Santos Basin region, from my colleagues as well, for the same geographical region, but with different approaches for biodiversity studies, for example. And I could be show other examples of types of publication, but I think this is not the main topic here today. And here just an example of type of users that you have, for example, also from the government. So Embrapa is the main company in Brazil related to agriculture. You have the Brazilian Statistics and Geography Institute. You have the organization for the cooperation in the Amazonian region, but you also have room for the academia, different types of users, and of course, other, let's say, special users, if you want to call, or champion users. And of course, our structural programs, they are users, the main users of all this infrastructure, the ones who are providing services for Brazilian public policies. That's what I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milton, and especially for your kind offer. We are twins. We are real twins. You see, it's INPE, INPO. So this is what we are about. So very soon we'll be real twins. Could I ask Ronald to come to the podium and follow on with presentation? We will open up for discussions by the end of the session.
Thank you, Janice. I guess this goes forward, is it?
Yeah, the big one.
Okay. Wow. I have already introduced myself, so it's quite good to talk to you this afternoon. Thank you, Janice, for inviting me. I was very pleased to be here. It's the first time I have a direct contact with INPO. We've mainly have exchanged knowledge and ideas in the past through remote meetings. So it's very nice to have that. In fact, I am going to show you some of our recent work, especially in the area of air-sea interaction, which is the field of work that I've been committed to in the last years. And we are doing several works in several different time and spatial scales in the coastline from the equatorial margin in Brazil to the southern part of Brazil, but also in the subtropics of the South Atlantic and in the Southern Ocean. So you will see things that show our work and the use of different sources of data for studying physical processes and sometimes biogeochemical processes, especially occurring between the ocean and the atmosphere in the several regions. I am leading, as I told you, sorry, I don't know how to go back. Below, okay. I'm leading this group called Oceans and Cryosphere. It's actually a very new group in the Center for Weather Prediction and Climate Studies at INPE. This center was mainly built for providing to Brazil the first numerical predictions using supercomputers in the 90s. So we have to make, at that time, a new building and move to another city to accommodate the supercomputer during the times when Brazil didn't have signed for the treaty for no nuclear proliferation. Now everything is fine, but the structure is still there, and the structure has been built mainly by meteorologists studying only the time scales for the predictions. So quite a few days, let's say. My task here is to spread the knowledge that we have in the ocean and talk about different processes, especially the ones that are related to the transfer of energy between the ocean and the atmosphere in several different time and spatial scales. We have already set since the 90s in Brazil, in a collaboration with France and the United States, the program Pirata. The program was already, was actually founded to provide data to make better seasonal predictions for the northeast of Brazil. So we have set a program where the buoys could actually be used to validate or even to have data to be assimilated into models in a different scale that's not the weather prediction, but for the seasonal forecast. We're still struggling to do that. Some of the models we used are quite good, others are not so good. Validations are quite rare. If you take a look at the literature, you don't see many works using Pirata buoy data to validate models and especially to make better parameterizations of these models. And so this is one question that we are addressing nowadays. The same happens in subtropical areas, where you see here in the right-hand side panel, the differences, if you see in red colors, are regions of cyclogenesis in the subtropics and the subantarctic environments that affect directly the weather and the climate from subseasonal to seasonal, and a climate in climate change scenarios, especially subtropics of South America. That's very important for regions like the southeastern part of Brazil and the southern part of Brazil. So you're actually going to the sea to measure these things, to see how the models behave in relation to diagnosing and also predicting this sort of phenomena that happen at the sea. The last census that we have made in Brazil in 2022 have actually come to a number that's quite impressive. You see more than 100,000 people from our population, 100 million people from our population live in a region that is from the coastline to 150 kilometers from the coastline. So we are nowadays at INPE very much interested in bringing up new models to make the weather prediction, the sub-seasonal to seasonal prediction and climate prediction customized for the people who are living in the coastal regions where the ocean, of course, is more impactant in the events that sometimes become extreme, as you see here. Not only the cyclogenesis that's being in this climate change scenario more frequently and more strong every year, but also sea level rise and coastal erosion. Well, since the 80s we go to the sea. We do that from the tropics to the Southern Ocean using several different instruments and methods of data collection. This is just a glimpse of the tracks we do using the infrastructure provided by the Antarctic program, the Brazilian Antarctic program, through the Brazilian Navy. Nowadays we have a system for actually measuring directly the momentum, heat, and CO2 exchanges between the ocean and the atmosphere in high frequencies that we go in these lines here and measure directly these properties and use them to calibrate and even to validate or even to be assimilated into weather prediction models. And these numbers that we measure are sometimes very different from the ones that we take from models because of the parameterizations we are using in each of these models for estimating, for instance, sensible and latent heat fluxes that are very important for prediction what is going to happen in 12 hours time, in 25 hours time, in 36 hours time, and so on. This is an example of a simple processes that everybody knows that happen, but we know that in the tropical ocean, when you have the intertropical convergences on or the trade winds converging in the equatorial region, we have an ocean divergence. And this is the first work that we have done using the infrastructure for the Pirata project, the ship time, for showing that the position of the equatorial divergence that happened in the ocean changes in few days, in 10 days time, that is the case, because of the presence of the wind. So when you're talking about coupled modeling, you have to have these processes that are happening throughout a long a long area, a very wide area in the equatorial Atlantic Ocean, but it varies in a very small, short time period, let's say 10 days, and not at the seasonal time as you are used to know. Here we have also made an experiment throughout one of the Pirata lines here at the 38 degrees west, when we sampled the quantities related to the deposition of of elemental minerals like iron and aluminum here. And you see that they deposit because of the intertropical convergence zone by the trade winds, material that are coming from the Sahara region and also from Central Africa, and takes about 10 days to cross the ocean and deposit in these regions here. So there's a high correlation between the position of the equatorial divergence and the intertropical convergence zone in the atmosphere with the positions of these minerals that are very much appreciated for ocean fertilization in this very oligotrophic area, part of the ocean. Here we cross the structures in the subtropical part of the South Atlantic, where you have the Brazil-Malvinas confluence zone and all the mesoscale that are generated by shedding of edges from the Brazil current or from the Malvinas current. They are actually modulating locally the quantities of water vapor in the marine atmospheric boundary layer. So this is the first time where you actually can count on how much the presence of these mesoscale structures can modulate the presence of a natural greenhouse effect gas, such as the water vapor, for instance. So this is very important if you are actually talking about the radioactive processes happening in the atmosphere to warm up the world. Here we have actually taken a look at several CMIP models to see what's going on in this very important and dynamical region of the world ocean, the Brazil-Malvinas confluence. But also we have taken a small area at the Drake Passage, and you see in red the Era 5 historical period, where you see a trend for, in the left-hand side, a warming up of the ocean and the air in the subtropical regions of the South Atlantic, but the opposite is happening in the Drake Passage. So and we have here the projections up to the end of this century. So sometimes global warming doesn't mean that the ocean is actually warming everywhere. In the Drake Passage is actually getting cold, and then you have less exchanges of heat, sensible and latent heat fluxes, the two panels in the bottom between the ocean and the atmosphere. So that is very important, because people, when you talk about global warming, you think that global warming is happening everywhere. Same thing we have done around Antarctica in the Southern Ocean. So we have taken a look at several different databases, especially focused on the heat fluxes between the ocean and the atmosphere. So we have large biases happening around Antarctica and different sectors of the Southern Ocean, the Pacific, the Indian, and the Atlantic. They behave differently, and they behave differently not only between the different databases, but also when you're talking about the winter and the summer. So when you're actually using one of these databases without knowing the biases that are actually happening when you use different parameterizations and different model, for instance, in a different reanalysis, you are perhaps making mistakes or errors that about 100 to 200% in relation to the, like, say, real world, that are the measures we do using our ships. For example, here we take a look at the sea ice around Antarctica. It's very important for climate modeling, that we can actually see and reproduce what's happening to the sea ice around Antarctica. Same thing here we have done using our previous Earth system model that we run at INPO. It's a coupled model that runs in a global grid. So we have taken a look at the capacity of this model to reproduce the variability of the sea ice in this case. Here is just an example of last papers. We have a special issue at Cliver Exchange, so it's a very nice vehicle for spreading the word of what are going to happen and in the new projects for Antarctica in the ocean decade, UN Ocean Decade, but also a glimpse of what we have done in the last 20 years around Antarctica, especially to study processes of air-sea interaction. Here I have the chance with some colleagues that will be presented tomorrow, Leticia, for instance, to edit a special volume of Frontiers in Marine Science related to the whole of South Atlantic and the interbase to, and pole-to-pole connections, actually with several authors around the world that highlighted the importance, for instance, of the mesoscale edges coming from Agulhas current. We have Guerra here, a first author of one of the nicest papers we have here. So the Agulhas rings actually come from around South Africa towards the southern part of Brazil every year. So the quantities and the statistics of it are very well discussed here. The same with the North Brazil rings, when you have the bifurcation of the South Equatorial Current to actually feed the North Brazil Current. We have also the studies related to El Niño or other modes of variability that happen in the Pacific or in the Indian Ocean affecting the South Atlantic. So all of that are only possible to be studied using models. Here we have made a small study inside the different atmospheric models and oceanic models that are run operationally at my center, the Center for Weather Prediction and Climate Studies at INPO. So different kinds of models that we are operationally using that have used different parameterizations for air, sea, heat fluxes, and the differences between them are very different from what we expected from in situ data taken in 7 different rata buoy locations in the tropical Atlantic Ocean. So you see that the spread's very, very wide. Sometimes we have errors that are about the number related to the heat flux itself. For instance, latent heat flux that we expected to have 100 watt per square meter, they differ from 0 to 200 between different outputs in the models. So we have to take a look at that and choose the parameterization that runs better for every different regions in the Atlantic Ocean too. This is just a revisiting of the importance of the mesoscale measured here using statistics for eddy and mean kinetic energy with respect to different places, 3 different places in the South Atlantic that we say hotspots. For instance, the Agulhas retroflexion region, the Brazil-Malvinas current, and the North Brazil forming regions down in the north. So there are different trends for changing in the last 30 years in these regions for several parameters, including the kinetic energy. That is a measure of the importance of the mesoscale in these regions of the South Atlantic. Here we have, using the structure of CPTEC, used scatterometer data from Copernicus to correct our outputs of wave models. So wave and wind models as outputs. So the atmospheric and the wave model can be corrected using scatterometer data in an operational way. So this is very new. We just published that. So it's really important when you have transient systems forming in the South Atlantic, for instance, the cyclones that are very common in the subtropics in the South Atlantic. Here we have visited the adikinetic energies as well. So you see that most of the South Atlantic Ocean is populated by eddies, is dominated by the adikinetic energy. You see here the differences between the total and the adikinetic. So in the red regions, we have, like, say, calm oceans, and in the border of the gyres and in the western boundary current, the Brazil current in this case, and Malvinas current, we have most of the variability. So that's exactly where most of the models are not so good as we expected in calmer regions of the South Atlantic. So when you are going to make models, you have to take a look at that and see that variability and mesoscale in terms of space and temporal scales are very important for most of the South Atlantic Ocean. This is an opportunity that we have to get from Scripps and NOAA the line, the X22 XBT line that was actually performed by American ships since 1996. They don't have the ships anymore, so we got this little present that is an automatic XBT launcher. But most important, that we have taken like a chance to train new people on using this equipment, and we have, for the first time in the Brazilian Antarctic program, we could, in 3 different occasions, in the upper left-hand side panel, you see sea level anomaly, then sea surface temperature, then the transect that we have taken in the Drake Passage in November 2025, then February and March 2026. Here you see the presence of a mesoscale eddy, and in 3 months' time, this structure completely disappears in the ocean. So it's the first time that we have observation to validate models that are eddy permitting in this region. Again, here Mona is our new model. We are doing that in a community way, especially with partners from COPI and the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. This is something that Mariela could talk to than me. They are helping and actually running the HICO model that's used by Remo in a global grid in our supercomputer to provide us new glimpses of how we can choose a better model to couple to the atmosphere to make better coupled predictions for the future. Thank you very much. Sorry about the late time.
Thank you, Ronald. We could listen to you for days, but in the benefit of time to the others, I would have to rush you a little bit. But thank you, and we hope to have you in our discussions as time goes by. Thank you very much. Can I then call Luis Paulo Assad from LANCE to provide us with... we are finally getting some substance, some flesh. So eu estou feliz.
Up and down. Não vou tirar não. Fico querendo ficar já. Esse é o avanço, esse é o volta.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon again for everybody. I think that I know the need to present myself again. So the main idea of this presentation that I prepare, I hope that is going to be briefly presentation, is show some of our developments in regional ocean modeling with data assimilation, as I mentioned, in the last 15, 16 years at Laboratory of Computational Methods in Engineering. I'd like to start presenting a little bit our laboratory. We are just inside here, the technological park. We are neighbors of INPO, and we are in this very disruptive building where we have some facilities. We are just near the Guanabara Bay, a very important bay for us here in Rio de Janeiro, and a lot of services inside the Guanabara Bay. And we have some facilities of visualization, scientific visualization, as you can see at the screen. We have also, we aggregate there our high-performance computer of the university, the Lobo Carneiro supercomputer, that is not only for us, but is shared for all the university. Now we're going to have an upgrade of this computer. But I'll show up a little bit more about our facilities and infrastructure at the end of our presentation. So talking a little bit more about LANCE, we are divided in 8 research groups. I am the technical coordinator of the environmental modeling group. There is not the oldest one. It's one of the youngest ones we have for about 21 years. But the laboratory is completing now, this year, 40 years of existence. I'm not there since the beginning, of course, but I have 25 years there. And we are a very multidisciplinary team. Like we have oceanographers, as myself, I am oceanographer, geophysics, meteorologists, geologists, geographers, data scientists, people that deal directly with visualization, virtual reality, and of course, engineers. So what we try to do there at the laboratory, one of the main directions of our laboratory, of course, we deal directly with engineering science, but we also have a very strong goal to trying to construct bridges between geosciences and engineering sciences. So let's go to the first project where we will start to learn how to use data assimilation in laboratory. There was a very important project for us called Project Azul, or in English, Project Blue. Was a project that has as main goal to develop an ocean observing system for Santos Basin area. That is a very important oil production area here in Brazil, where are the most part of the pre-salt reservoirs. And what we did in this project during the 10 years of existence of this project was to construct the ocean observing system. Of course, in one side we have the sensors, the in situ and the remote sensors, like the gliders, the profilers, all of the products of remote sensing, the autonomous surface vehicles at the second phase of the project, surface drifters, and at the right side of these circles we have the modeling component, like the atmospheric regional component that is very important in our team. As I mentioned, we have also meteorologists in our group, so we believe that is one very important thing, trying to represent in a better resolution the atmospheric fields. Of course, we have the regional circulation models, all of them three-dimensionals, and the regional wave models, and the ocean data assimilation system only apply to circulation, okay? All of the applications that we did in our laboratory use the regional ocean modeling systems from the Hildegard University, so we use as a data assimilation method the 4D VAR that is inside the code. That is one of the reasons we choose this data assimilation method. Some articles published since then. And of course, we use, since the beginning, the products from KMEMS. We said KMEMS here in our group, the Copernicus, like the Mercator, so we use them as operational ocean boundary conditions, and some of the projects that will show up further, we use also as boundary conditions to produce hindcasters also, okay? And since the beginning, Projeto Azul, that was executed not only by us, but also with a company by that time called ProOceano, but now CLS Brazil. I think there's a French company. And we produced it, they used the information that they produced to feed an operational dashboard that by that time they offer some operational windows, opportunities for Shell. That was the financial component of our project, okay? So
project Azul was the first one that we learned how to use data assimilation. We went to California to learn with Dr. Andrew Moore from University of California, Santa Cruz, to learn how to use this component. After that, and having a big jump from the present, we start another project in 2020, from 2023, together with OceanPredict. And this project was, has as the main goal to transfer an ocean forecast modeling system using data assimilation of HF high-frequency radar that was installed there by my friend and my colleague that is not here now, Carlos Leandro. And, you are here, okay. I said that I will mention you. It was a very big fight of him. And then he started, and this was the first application, assimilating HNF radar data here using for the VAR system. And one of the things that is very important at this project, that we integrate the WRF model, the Weather Research and Forecasting model, atmospheric model, with our regional ocean modeling system, and some figures only to represent and schematize our 4D VAR scheme that we use it and we transfer to OceanPredict. Some papers also published. So before this project, the Kronos project, we have this other project with Enalta, another company, and I'll change the name to Brava, I think so. And it was in the equatorial margin of Brazil. And we're not were operational in this project, but we applied for the VAR to have a hindcast for there. And the main goal of this project was to develop a methodology trying to identify and characterize and monitorize the vulnerability of oil spills in that area. It was a very nice project. We won the INPO, the National Petroleum Agency Prize of Technological Innovation, Environmental Technological Innovation. And again, we use some products as the Copernicus of ocean boundary conditions to produce our hindcasts, and also use SSH from Aviso, SST from Ostia, and EN4 data from Metofsy, and we assimilate all of this information, and we do some evaluation using the Pirata Buios. Unfortunately, we have a very huge problem, as all of the community knows, of in situ oceanographic data in Brazil. So we have a lot of wave in the data assimilation from remote sensing data. But these are some results. What else can I say about this project? I think that's it. And also, again, together with CLS Brazil, was a partnership with this project. We have also the University of the State of Rio de Janeiro. They went there and do some field campaigns inside the mangrove areas. So it's very nice. We have a very huge data related with this project. And I think that the home, the site of the project is still alive. So you can look at the site and see some things that we produced there and maybe access some data also. This is now a project, again, together with OceanPredict, now sponsored by Karoon Energy Company. And this project has as main goal to develop an ocean and atmosphere forecast system, regional forecast system, to the southern part of the Santos Basin region. That is one of the new frontiers of oil production that people are dealing with here in Brazil. And it's a very difficult area to work because you have a lot of, how can I say, high frequency of passage of frontal systems and cyclones, as my colleague Ronald said a little bit in his presentation. So what we did there, again, is to apply a weather research forecasting atmospheric model. We proceed with some evaluation. We didn't did assimilation with WRF model yet. We want to do that one day. And we use this model to feed with local atmospheric boundary conditions, our ROMS models, using data assimilation basically with satellite data that I mentioned in the last slide, Ostia and Aviso. And we proceeded some evaluation with some data that we have using some equipment that OceanPredict installed there, like the radar. And we also use some public data from Costa project. My friend Mauro is one of the researchers that deals directly with this project that is very important for us here in Brazil. And we proceeded some evaluation of the system, and again, using Mercator, Copernicus. I'm talking about that, but most of the times we use also ocean boundary conditions from other, like other research laboratories, groups, of course, like the HICON, ENCODE. Sometimes we use and test and see what boundary conditions fits well in our simulations. So what we did also in this project of Carun, I didn't mention the name of the project, but the name of the project was Ocean Intelligence Project. And the idea of this project is to use artificial intelligence also in the operational forecast system. So we start from the beginning with the most simple application. So what we did, we used all of that structure of regional forecast model, atmospheric and oceanographic model that I mentioned to you, produced some hindcast, only 1 year hindcast, and start to use this hindcast to train some neural networks algorithms like FSN and Conval STM and others, and try to see which was the better application. But we are just in the beginning. We start to work in laboratory with artificial intelligence applied to metocean purposes for about 3 years now. We have some master degree thesis dissertations defended, and we start to learn how to use as well these data sets in order to produce forecasts, meteorological forecasts and oceanographic forecasts. And one of the things that we plan to do in the future is trying to introduce physics in these artificial intelligence models. I think that could be a good opportunity in the South Atlantic digital twin. Started doing that. We have a very strong team here in COP that deals directly with artificial intelligence. This is very important to mention. Most of them are not oceanographers, they are engineers. So it's very important to be together and near them in order to transfer to them the expertise and the knowledge that we have related with the ocean physics. They know a lot about the algorithms and how to apply them. Okay, let's go. This is another project that we have for some years here in the Guanabara Bay. It's the Digital Bay project, Bahia Digital project. And now we have a strong partnership with the state of government of Rio de Janeiro, environmental and sustainable, how can I say, secretary, okay? And we now completed 1.5 years of partnership, and we're constructing a digital platform to show the results related with the ocean circulation, atmospheric circulation, other variables from atmosphere and the ocean. We also have an oil spill model, and the idea is not to do any alert. We are not responsible for that, but we work together with some environmental agencies of this state of government, and we give support to them to do their alerts. So going to the end of our presentation, I want to show a little bit about our infrastructure and facilities. We have, as I mentioned, high-performance computer structure with shared CPU HPC platforms that now is being upgraded, shared with all the university. Anybody can use this structure. You have also some dedicated CPU HPC platforms for our projects. And we have some shared GPU platforms also to use with artificial intelligence models. All of the projects and other projects that I didn't show to you gave to the laboratory and to the university a lot of equipment, in situ equipment, not only oceanographic but atmospheric experience. Some of them are under the water. This is good, of course. But some of them, as our gliders, are not under the water. And we want to put them inside the water. So we need the help of INPO to do that, maybe. And we have some remote sensing data reception antennas, some structure. And I like to invite, only to say in the last slide, my friend, Dr. Fabio Rockleitner. Please, Fabio. He is the leader in the remote sensing and Earth observation area at Lance. And I will pass the last slides. So, Fabio.
Well, it will be very quickly, just a brief overview of the Lance's observation facilities. mainly in the remote sensing. We have 3 systems for satellite data on polar and geostationary satellites. So we are creating some data lake and to develop the methodologies to validate products in meteorology and oceanography data. So these are facilities, these are antennas, and we are working on the maritime X-band radar to develop methodologies for oil spill and marine debris.
That's it. Thank you, Fabio. So, thank you very much for the attention. Sorry about the time.
Thank you, Luis Paulo, very much. Very impressive, lots of things being done. Can I ask Mauro Cirano to join me here at the podium?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, nearly good evening. Well, the good thing is that I only have 3 slides. So I'm very glad to hear the name of Remo many times. And I would say that the reason that I'm here now is due to Remo. And I'd like to thank the people from Petrobras, Renato is there, the people from the Navy, because they are our partners. And I would say that the beginning of the ocean in Brazil is related to Remo, and that's where all of our international connections started. So, but I'm not going to talk about Remo. I decided to do a broader presentation and talk about the Brazilian observing system. That was a presentation that I did last year at the UN conference, and I found that it would be good for everyone to have an idea of how the Brazilian observing system is divided. So let's see if it works. Oops. No. Yeah. Well, it's okay. No, it's fine. The GOOS, it stands for Global Ocean Observing System. We have the regional alliances, and I would say that in Brazil, another important component is the Brazilian GOOS. So what is Brazil? The Brazilian GOOS is the regional office for the GOOS. The National Ocean Observing System, it was created in 1995, and Janice here can tell much more about the beginning of GOOS. It was very important for Brazil, and it is still very important. So what's the responsibility of the Brazilian GOOS? Is responsible for all the oceanographic monitoring in the South and tropical Atlantic. It's responsible for the collection, and not only that, the data quality control. When you are collecting data, it's very important to talk about the quality control. And in addition to that, it does the operational distribution of the oceanographic data. So what we see here is a new structure of the Brazilian GOOS. I was, to some extent, responsible for doing that. We started something like 5 years ago, and I think that nowadays we can engage the programs in a much better way. So at the top, we have the general coordination, which is based on the Brazilian Navy. Then we have representations from the IOC, and not only that, from the Secretariat of the Interministerial Commission for Sea Resources, which is the entity which is responsible for organizing the interannual planning for all the observations, and that specific part or a specific part of this planning is done by Goose. And we found that it would be good to have Goose divided in platforms, and that's not an idea that we do in Brazil, but it was based in other regional office, and we used a lot the Australian structure for dividing the platforms. So what we have now on the left part, so we have autonomous platforms, and there we have gliders and autonomous vehicles. We have another component which is related to drifters and Argos. Then we have a second platform which is just dedicated for remote sensing. In the third column, we have the so-called fixed platforms, and there we have 4 different components: the tidal gauges, the shallow water moorings, the deep water moorings, and the land stations. And the last part in this main box is related to what we call the mobile platforms, and for that we understand as the graphic vessels and the ship of opportunity vessels. And the last part that we introduced in our Goose is related to the marine animal tracking. So that makes the bulk of Goose, and overlapping with all these platforms, we have the right part here, where we have a group that is related to best practice. Fabio is still there. Fabio is responsible for that. We have another group that represents the hydrodynamic modeling, another one for wave modeling, and the last one for data network. And I work in 3 different groups. The first one, well, the main one is the ship of opportunity, where I coordinate a long-term XBT line. Another one is the shallow water mooring, and I also contribute on the hydrodynamic modeling. So I decided to present how the data, at least related to Goose, is divided, so we can see that we have the red triangles, which represents the pirate buoys. We talk a lot about pirate. And then we have, still in the triangles, we have the national buoy system, which was called PN-Boya. It lasted for several years. Then at some time, we didn't have any more buoys, and luckily now we are recovering PN-Boya again with the help of Petrobras. And the third one, I would say that at the moment it's probably the largest one, is related to the coastal buoys from Costa. Luis Paulo mentioned about that. We have more or less around 10 buoys all along the Brazilian coastline. And in order to improve this system, we are starting to install spotter buoys, which are the open red triangles. So if we look around the Brazilian coast, we have, it's not ideal, but it's covering a great part of the Brazilian coastline, and we believe that with the spotter buoys, will improve that. And in addition to the buoys, we also have the tidal gauges network, and we have two, well, at least two institutions that are responsible for that, the Brazilian Navy and Costa as well. And those are the circles. In fact, we have more than two institutions because we have the blue ones, the orange, and the red ones. The blue are related to a network that we established in the southern state. So that's the network related to the goose. And in 2022, the Brazilian funding agency, CNPq, they opened a call, and the idea was to put all the goose programs together, and we did that. We managed to include most of the programs, and we created what we call RENOMO, which stands for the National Network of Observation and Oceanic Monitoring. So, and that was a very good beginning. So it lasted for until now, 2026. And last year, we applied for what we call a National Institute of Science and Technology, and RENOMO was granted a fund for 5 years. So it started, well, in fact, it already started, but not with all the money, so we are in between. But the idea is that it will last for 5 years, and we hope that it will be just a seed for a much larger monitoring system. We have around 100 researchers from several universities. A lot of people here are part of RENOMO, Fabio there, Luis Paulo. So I can see a lot of people that's part of RENOMO. And I forgot one important program to mention, which is that small but very important line, which is our XBT line. It's probably the longest monitoring system of the Brazil current. It's been on for more than 20 years. And in addition to that, we have the other XBT lines. And that would be more or less what I have to present. Thank you very much.
Mauro, and thank you for remembering me of the things that I have been through in trying to set out observation systems in Brazil. But I must say that each and every drop of my sweat and tears were worth it, because you guys managed to carry the mission and carry the torch on. So congratulations. Thank you so very much. Mariela, your turn now. Okay. Aqui, ó. Aqui é para frente, aqui é para trás. Tá. Você tem o microfone aí, eu acho.
Well, hello again. My presentation is, the idea is to introduce the activity carried out by the Physical Oceanography Lab, LOFI-COPI, especially the development of our ocean forecast system for the weather Sur-Atlantic. Well, our lab is a small lab if we compare with Lancet Group. It is coordinated by the Professor Afonso Paiva. Our research is focused in ocean process along the Brazil coast and in the South Atlantic. But nowadays, we have expanded our area of interest for a global domain. This part of our partnership with INPO group. I'm sorry, I forgot most important thing. The members of our group are professors and graduate and undergraduate student. And for this reason, I say that it's a small group. Well, most of our work is developed in partnership with other research groups and private companies as well. For example, Remo project, Mauro talked about this project in his presentation, but we can remark that our collaborate in this project, developing the oceanography reanalysis currently used by Petrobras. Furthermore, the reanalysis configuration was developed by our group is used to the Navy operation systems nowadays. At present, we are part of MONAM's force and works on project focus. Sorry, I know that my English is not good, but I try to do the better I can. Okay, but the idea is to show you that many of our projects are in collaboration with other groups. Why I say that? Because I want to show you the ocean forecast system for the weather South Atlantic. That is, in this moment, one of the most important activities, and it's emerged as independent effort for lost copy. It began during the pandemic. What was the idea? Why create an operational system for Brazil? Because Brazil don't have ocean forecasting system, open access. This is the main important things. The other reason was that the ocean and continental self-circulation, there isn't an open access forecasting system with focus on ocean and continental circulation in areas of strategic interest of Brazil. And the other thing is that the products, open ocean, free, they don't have inclusion of tide. For this reason, it's difficult to use for boundary condition for coastal models. Well, this slide presents the configuration of our ocean forecast system. We use a HICOM model for the ocean module. He's a hybrid coordinate model, and for this reason, in the vertical, we can use some three kind of coordinate system. The idea is that the simulation can change in the vertical for one system to other along the time and in the space. One important thing of this configuration is we focus in the region that is very important for oil companies. Well, you can see that the spatial resolution is 2.5 kilometers. For this reason, is a high resolution simulation. We have 32 sigma 2 layers. The bathymetry is from a topo 1. We use as initial and boundary conditions 2 global forecast products, GOF 3.1 and in the interval February 2021 and August 2024. After that, we changed to global product of Copernicus Marine. This product is used until now. The atmospheric forcing is GFS, and we use 8 main constitute to tie. We include monthly climatology for river discharge, and this is the first. Oh, yeah. Okay. Data assimilation is a performance using a standard statistical interpolation system developed for direct application with HICOM. This system was created by Dr. Srinivasan and used the optimum statistical interpolation formulations. In this picture, we can see the assimilation cycle that we use nowadays. We began our simulation 48 hours before, and we assimilate 3 times in the hour 0 of 2 days before, 1 day, and the hour 0 of the initial forecast cycle. Our total forecast is the 5 days at all. Well, I decided to show some comparisons with data to show the quality of our results. In this case, we can show comparison with sea surface height files in the upper panel, and in the left we can see Aviso data, and in the right our results. The same for the middle panel for sea surface temperature, Ostia in the left, in the right, our result. You can see that our representation is very good. I know that is a quality evaluation, but we can see in the lower panel a comparison between the model and the data for sea surface height and sea surface temperature. In one point, I don't have, in this point, white in the middle of the line black. This is a form that we can to demonstrate that our good comparison is not only for an instant, but this comparison maintained along the time. Well, for reason, the system effectively represents recurrent mesoscale structure. Sea surface temperature assimilation does not surprise mesoscale. This is an important point. A dwelling feature at Cape Frio and Victoria are well represented. Time series show systematic, non-incidental agreement. This is, we can see it in the comparison of series time. And the system demonstrates robustness in resolving mesoscale variability under challenging observational conditions. Well, in this picture, we can see other kind of validation we done for the qualification of predictions data, prediction results, sorry. In this case, we calculate the skew, the Thomas skew to our result, and key mains, and Goff is 3.1. And we can see for component, zonal component and meridional component of current, that the skew had a good comparison between the models. This skew includes correlation and I forget in English. Deviation, thanks. Standard deviation or normalizing. Well, one problem we had in our validation process was the lack of information. And in this case, we only can do this kind of comparison for 1 point for Peneboya current records. Because for this work, we only used free data. Okay. Well, to resume, the comparative analysis showed a good quality and satisfactory quantity agreement between models and observation. Lofi copy ocean forecasting system successfully represent the complex dynamic of the sub-Atlantic with performance comparable with global system, but with higher spatial resolution and with inclusion of time. Our future activities are to strengthen the robustness of our system. And this we achieve about with redundant boundary condition, for example, expanding data assimilation, including SWOT, Argo profiles, XBT section, for example. We think to review the mixed parameterizations and so on. For this part of, for the continuity of our activity, we are doing many collaboration activities with Petrobras, INPO, Genomo, and other more. Sorry for the English, but thanks. This is my final slide.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, that's okay. Thank you. I was looking at the agenda, looking at my watch, and I realized that we are a bit late. So I may open for questions, but if we don't have questions, I would propose the following, and I'll see if my dear colleague Maria Hood agrees. We would start the open discussion on the way forward, the next steps, with our speakers from my session, and if they so agree as well. So, do we have any Slido? No, no Slidos. Question from the audience? Would you like to proceed like that, Maria? Okay, wonderful. So, but let me introduce you. Almost everybody knows you very well, my dear, but in any case, it's my role to introduce Dr. Maria Hood. She's the Senior Advisor for International Collaborations at Mercator Ocean International. She's a Senior Ocean Scientist and Policy Expert, well recognized for her skills in oceanography, climate, and international ocean governance. We have worked together at IOC UNESCO some decades ago, and I can testify the influential roles that Maria has played there. I'm not surprised to learn that now she leads a major global coordination effort, including the European Union's contribution to the G7 Future of the Seas and Ocean Initiative, focusing on strengthening global ocean observation systems and data sharing. Who else could we have here on stage? Thank you, Maria. The floor is yours. And can we invite you to come to the podium so that Maria can ask you questions, or is that okay?
Yes, please do come on down. So I'll, while everyone's coming down, okay, I'll just introduce this session, and I knew that I would be the last session on a very busy day, so I didn't make any slides. I didn't want to be tempted to talk too long. The goal of this session is to identify common objectives and some potential collaborations that we may want to do within the framework of our cooperation agreement with INPO and with all of you, and to come up with some targeted deliverables that may be achievable by the time of the ocean decade here in Rio in April of next year. So a couple of things that I've heard in general terms to frame some of the things that we may want to do. Of course, the first thing that came up in one of Pierre's talks, but also during the coffee breaks, is it would be good for this collaboration to start with an agreement on the definition of a DTO and a DTO platform, because this is still very confusing. Even in Europe, this is confusing. If you ask 5 people what a DTO is, you'll get 10 answers. So this is something we develop with you. Of course, the DTO is been a revolution for what we do. With the Copernicus Marine service, we're used to developing and delivering trusted information and data. Users can use that information and data to make the applications that they want. The digital twin now allows you to make those projections interactive. You can do on-demand forecasting, and you can interrogate those with scenarios and ask these questions. What if? How do you optimize the system? How do you do marine spatial planning? When you start to get into questions of making actionable advice, of course, as an organization making this available, you have to be very careful. You don't. Even in Europe, they haven't asked us to give them advice. They've asked us to create the tools and the system that allow people to make their own advice and to use trusted data, trusted information, and to allow people and users to develop and tailor those systems for their own needs. And that's the partnership that we want to develop with you. No one is going to be using these systems for Europe to give Brazil advice. It's to work together very much in a capacity sharing mode, because many of these things we have similar challenges, we're faced with similar issues, and let's work on them together. And of course, Brazil is our trusted partner in the South Atlantic, and we need you. We want to have interoperable systems, and so we are here to do everything we can to work together and to help you learn from what we have done. It may or may not be adaptable to what you want, but we're here to work together to advance quickly as quickly as we can. One of the other issues that we've heard as an overarching framework is issues of co-design and sovereignty. So defining what this DTO platform system will do and what it won't do. And of course, we have issues of data sovereignty. You know, anytime you're talking about maritime security, working with private sector companies, we want to create a system where they are able to use the data, able to use the tools, but they don't necessarily have to share their data or the forecasts or the results from those tools. So we know that we have to make a system that allows users to do that. Of course, we like the users to come in, to connect what they do, to share their data, but we know in the real world that many users will not be able to do that. So they should still be able to use the system, and maybe it's a situation where at some point in time, those data and forecasts can be available, but for some particular amount of time, they want to have control of that. So the system has to be able to do that. And the third overarching issue we've heard is we'd like to come up with some projects that perhaps we could showcase at the Decade Conference here in April of next year. Of course, that's very ambitious. That's less than 1 year away. But as one of our ministers from Norway keeps telling us, deadlines are our friends. They keep us on track and they push us to do things. So throughout the day, I've noted a few things that I'll throw out to all of you afterwards. Some of the concrete things that we can look at the rest of this week to find out what we really can do, what's most interesting, what are your priorities. I'm going to start with an easy one, because it's something we've been talking about doing already, which is a data assimilation workshop for Earth system models. So this one I'll look at Ron and have him give us a few tips of what is it you would like to do in a workshop with us on data assimilation.
Thank you, Maria. Well, I didn't ask you to talk specifically about data assimilation. I think we have other subjects too, but data assimilation is actually an issue. We have at my center a group for data assimilation working for the last 30 years, but they are very well specialized in weather prediction for the atmospheric side. when you're talking about data assimilation for the ocean, what we do, as far as I know here in Brazil, including at INPE, is for the short time, you know, for predicting mesoscale structure, for instance, or assimilating Argo float data and CTD sometimes, XPT sometimes. But as we are heading to have an Earth system model, and we are actually working to have the atmospheric side provided a better context to do sub-seasonal to seasonal and also climate studies. I don't know how can we actually assimilate oceanographic data in these time scales for longer periods. So this is an issue that we actually have to talk about. I don't know my friends here, but I think if you are talking about having a better weather prediction for the coastal zones, I think we are halfway through it, including data simulation for the ocean and the atmosphere together. But for longer periods, I don't know how to do.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the rest of you want to answer that. Otherwise, I can move right on and come back to Milton Campbell, who said at one point we should have an operational ocean service for Brazil. And that kind of goes back to one of the questions that I have and a coffee break chat, which is someone suggested we need to have a workshop on architecture. How do you deliver as one? And this is an issue that we have with the Copernicus Marine Service, which is it's not just the Mercator headquarters in Toulouse that delivers the Copernicus Marine Service, but it's 20 different institutes across Europe who deliver parts of the system, and it all comes together, and it looks like it is one coordinated system, but with many partners. And these are challenges you probably are facing in Brazil as well. So I'll give it back to Milton and say, you know, what did you have in mind? You said an operational ocean service.
Thank you, Mara. Indeed, I also be good in raising the questions, but not always providing the answers. I mean, and it to arrive with time and space, I think. However, I mean, we took a while to have such an organization as INPO, okay? So you can see that there is expertise in different centers here, from university research institutes, in the private industry as well. So the thing is putting all these capacities together and trying to work as much as possible following one target, at least, to show that we can work together and it can provide, let's say, useful information. Of course, it's very important to define a scientific agenda. I also make an effort in having a kind of a technological agenda, and also industry policy, because you need to bring industry together all the time as data providers, developing instrumentation, tools, providing services, and opening for jobs and paying taxes and so on. So, of course, I mean, when I mentioned before, it's public policies is one, I mean, very relevant target, I think, because you can bring funding together, co-attention, and so on. However, it doesn't end just providing the services. It just open a door for many other things that will come, and not always only good things, because people you
in the European DTO, but it's early days, is in the European DTO, but it's early days, is integrating socioeconomic data into these decision support tools, because we, you know, we're all natural scientists here. We like to think that if we give you the science answer, policymakers will use that and go forward and make their decisions. But you know, it doesn't happen like that in the real world. You know, decision makers have to consider strategic, political, economic, social issues, as well as just the environmental data. So we know we have to integrate these sort of things if we really want to make useful decision support tools for policymakers. We don't quite know how to do that yet. And so this, again, this is a question where I think you have raised it as well. And we know we have these common challenges, and we can work on that together. So this sort of takes me to my last point, which is based on Sejen's presentation of the user requirements and the stakeholders, where all of those slides that he had, I mean, each one of those targeted sectors is a DTO. It's a decision support tool. And how do you prioritize? How do you decide what to do? And what tools do you want to use? And so if we're, in this session, we're talking about our way forward and what do we want to do? How do we go through that amazing list, look at what you already have, what are the priorities, and so I don't know who wants to take that question. I'll give it to
I don't know if I understood well. My is not so good. But about the demands that you're gonna have, what I can say, I think that Milton says one thing, that when we start to have a system like that, like Mercator, customized for the Brazilian coast, many different kinds of demands will appear. I can say properly because in these 25 years that I've been in Lansing working with ocean modeling, atmospheric modeling, I see things that changing a little bit about the demands. We start dealing with problems related to oil spill. It's in the beginning of 20,000. And oil spill, I remember that we have a huge accident here inside Guanabara Bay that was very important for political, environmental issues here in Brazil. And the same technology, of course, we improve, and then we start to apply this technology to operational demands, as Project Blue that I mentioned. And now you're using the same technology to energy transition demands. And so I think that it's very important to not be, how can I say, in a closed box related with what kind of demands we could attend. And talking about the socio-economical issues that we mentioned, it's very important. We have some experience here in Brazil trying to integrate these variables, let me say, social variables and economic variables in order to understand the vulnerability and the resilience aspects in coastal regions of Brazil. And of course, the environmental characterization is very important also to understand this kind of vulnerability to an oil spill or maybe in front of a climate change scenario. This is very important also to have and to invest in things like that. Talk about the private sector. Also, there's a thing that I think that I could mention in my presentation that is very important. All of the project that I present here, as you can see, was sponsored by an oil company, an energy company. They prefer to say like that. And this is not because they want to invest. We have a law here in Brazil called a special participation law or something like that, that each oil company must invest at least 1% of oil production in R&D projects. So this is very important, especially for us here in the public university. So this is a chance also for INPO, maybe, trying to articulate and integrate this triple side, civil society, private sector, academy, of course, the fourth part, civil society. That's it.
Thank you. You've touched some very important points because INPO per se is not a reproduction of academia. We are a federally funded research institute. In Portuguese, it's called Organização Social. So we have a mandate to translate scientific knowledge to the benefit of society, to the benefit of decision makers. So this is our main role, and this is what differs us from academia, from operational institutions. So it's some sort of an add-up, see it, because we are a small community of researchers doing oceanography in Brazil. So I think that my expectation, of course, is that we may change the tide with regard to the role that INPO plays. But having said that, we have many challenges ahead. And I think that this federation of data is something without which we cannot advance. And it is not as easy as it could be, but we'll do our best. And finally, you mentioned the social dimension. You have a very interesting project in the institution that is called the Garbage Roadmap, something like that. So they bring kids from early school days to understand what happens to a plastic bottle that they throw out of their windows, normally from communities in the environments of Guanabara Bay, and they can trace the path of that plastic bottle into the ocean. And they get excited about it, and I'm sure they get back home and tell their parents that they should not do that. So this is what social is all about. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So the last question I have, which is I'm going to throw to Mauro, and he can rely on Enrique a little bit if he wants from the perspective of the Decade Collaborative Center for Ocean Prediction. Where do we start? How do we tackle all of these issues and in any sort of order? What's the priority?
Well, it's a tough question, the last one. I think that we have at least two issues that we have to address. The first one is to better organize the data in Brazil. I would say that being part of Goose, we have improved a lot, but it could be much better. I would say that we don't have in Brazil a problem with programs that collect data, but the problem is that we don't have a unique place where we can find the data. So what we in fact suggested in the last meeting of Goose, and Ronald probably remember that, was to put everyone that works with data and organization of data in a task team so that we could reach an understanding, a common understanding. And I can just provide you an example. I'm helping INPO with organizing the data, and even in our group, sometimes we don't reach a common agreement. So it's very important, and it happens everywhere. I mean, the only way to reach a common agreement is by talking and trying to find where the difference is. So that's with data. In terms of modeling, and I beg you guys, everyone that has a forecasting system, please put your forecasting system, Luis Paulo, that goes for you as well. It's very important for us to understand what are the forecasting systems in Brazil, whether if they represent a local system, a regional system. Of course, not I would say that the broadest one that we have is probably Remo, which is now a basing system, or maybe Monam as a global system. And that would be the first step. We need an active community, so that's what I'm trying to. Enrique is amazing. It's great to work with him because he's able to convince everyone to participate. So I have a very good guy to rely on. So I would suggest that we first find or put in a catalog all the forecasting systems that we have in Brazil, and then we can use the expertise from Mercator to provide an assessment of the forecasting system. How mature is that forecasting system? And that would provide a roadmap for each specific system to improve. And I think that's what Enrique, and please add something to that, Enrique.
Well, little to add. Thank you very much, because you were focusing on very specific and good actions. I would like just to share with you my feelings after what I have seen in this session. And I think that for the regional team of Central and South America, you somehow allow me to tell you that you have some kind of moral responsibility because you are far, far away from the other guys in the region. What you have shown today, it's a really high level of science on your presentations. It's amazing the work you are doing here, and you are very, very much advanced than the rest of the region. So I would like you to consider helping Mauro in this leadership role towards spreading the voice of the importance of ocean forecasting in the region. So this is my comment number one. My comment number two is that I might be completely wrong on this one, but I see that you are super high on science, maybe not that high in communication internally and connecting this to the actual societal needs. So it's like you're working for a customer instead of working for multiple customers. I see some small details that tell me that maybe the level of horizontal integration is not where it should be. And that links with search slides about the uses and so on. And I want to say that this is, well, not exactly that, very, very similar to what we did in this workshop at Costa Rica. It took us 3 days to arrive to the tables you were mentioning here. So it's not something I think we can do in just a 1 or 2 hours conversation. It took us 3 days of guided activity to reach something similar to what you were suggesting. So maybe it's something also to consider in the following days. If this is interesting for Brazil and for us also, to organize something like what we did in Costa Rica, to try to complete this table shares that you were mentioning, and to do it in a way that is with due time, with the organization, and with the participation of the stakeholders that will allow to link the fantastic science that you are doing with the society, because maybe this is, and maybe I'm wrong, but my intuition is that this is where you have perhaps more to improve in the short term. It's low-hanging fruit for me, from what I've seen today. But this is to be discussed and decided mainly by you on the following days, because I am talking now by intuition, not by knowledge.
Thank you, Enrique. So I think we're already late out of time. So we'd like to ask Sejin and Pierre to come up and give some last closing remarks on the day, where we go forward in the next few days. Some of us will be meeting to try to identify some things we can do going forward. So maybe Pierre and then Sejin can finish.
Okay. First, I would like to thank you all for this moment, and again for this invitation, and also for the fact that you have been spoken English all day just for these 3 guys that were in the room. So thank you very much appreciated. And I know that what you have to do now is to talk and between in Brazil to progress. And I just want to support what was said by Enrique and by Maya. This is very impressive what we have seen today, frankly. And maybe I just want to add one question to the others, is when I was listening to you all, the first thing that was coming to my mind, and maybe this is a question for the rest of the workshop, is why are they doing this? Why Ronald is developing this global model for 20? Why Luis is doing this one? Why just not to say that this is not useful. I'm sure this is super useful. I'm sure that this, but what is the objective which is behind? if you can ask yourself why you're doing things, and if you're doing things to serve the Navy, so I need to be very much real-time, operational, reliable, mesoscale, or to learn something, or just to justify the fact that I have invested a lot in the satellite, so I just want to create a market, and I don't care about which one it is, but I want to just, okay, all these justifications of motivations are super good and in Europe. Sharing the why we are doing things, why we are motivating, what we have this motivation, helps a lot. And after the why, you will see what you do and how you do things, etc. But maybe the first investment is to share this part. I would delighted to know more about this motivation, but frankly, you have everything in hands now. And maybe the last word is to say that sometimes, and this is the Mercator story, it's very useful to have an international partner to help you going forward. And Mercator, the first day, I mean, the first day of Mercator, the first thing was to connect with you at the international level. And I can say that it's very true that being a part of this international program that was named at this moment GoDay was super important to justify, move us in France and in Europe to be better, to be better organized. So if we could play this role, Mercator, with you here, being this one of the international partners that would help you to move forward, not only we will be very happy, but I'm so sure that we will learn a lot from you, that I would like to be part of this story, and well, I will do my best to propose, but I know that we will learn a lot. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Pierre. First of all, thank you all for being here today. I think we have a great opportunity to be together. One thing that one of the reasons INPO was created is try to have more impact from scientific area in Brazil, and to have an international impact about what are we doing here. And today I think we have been successful in putting together the main players that we have in oceanography. And I believe if we work in collaboration with Mercator, we'll be able to do great things here for our country, and also to complement your efforts in international arena. The big point here for us, it's organize our efforts here internally first. I believe that's what INPO is doing in these 2 years of existence. We are trying to organize some data. We are trying to discuss about observing systems. We are trying to have the support from the government to amplify the observation in the ocean in Brazil. This is quite important. Even Renomo, that now is representative of this observation, it was created from INPO suggestions 3 years ago. And I believe if we manage to work together and having Mercator as inspiration and working together with you, I think we will be successful. And the next steps, I think we have still a few days here in Brazil to think about, to discuss, and to find the roadmap to do things in the near future to get this digital twin of the South Atlantic. Thank you very much, Pierre, Maria, and all the group that are here with us, and Enrique that provide fantastic suggestions. And we hope to work closely this week and beyond. Thank you.
Before we close, I like very much what Stefen has just said. We have a whole week, and you know why we have a whole week? Because Dr. Pierre Bahurel has been invited to deliver a keynote speech at the annual grand meeting of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences on the 6th of May at 10 o'clock, is it? 9 o'clock, I think, 9 o'clock. So we are very honored to learn that the Brazilian Academy of Sciences recognize the work that Mercator Ocean, via its Director General, is doing these days for the ocean, because the theme for this year's meeting is the ocean of tomorrow. I don't remember exactly the words, but that's the intent. From now onwards, we have to have a different understanding of what the ocean is all about. Having said that, I just have to say a few words of thanks to our group at INPO for helping us out with the organization of this workshop. Fernando José, Ana Scófano, Carla Lage, Priscila, Raquel. A round of applause to you. Well deserved, and if not for you, it would be difficult to proceed. It's quite a lot of work to be done. So I wish to thank our colleagues from afar as well for staying with us until long hours. And with that, I think we are ready for adjourn, and maybe, I don't know, those of you who can have a beer on my behalf. Thank you very much.